Hello, hello, hello. Hình như là ở Hello, Ambassador. Excellency. Housekeeping. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good morning, distinguished guests. Please be seated. Just a few housekeeping rules before we start. For our on-site delegates, please kindly put your devices on silent mode. And you all have a microphone in front of you. If you wish to use the microphone, upon your turn, push the button. For delegates in conference room 2 to 4, if you want to raise the questions during the Q&A, please refer to the coordinators and the technical guys right inside your room. And for our participants online, you can use the Q&A functions. You can use the Q&A chat box. Feel free to drop questions, or you can use the raise hand functions. And our conference today is also live streamed on our Facebook, Nghiên cứu Biển Đông, or ISSI Studies. You feel free to drop a comment, share, and comment, and like. And also live stream on our YouTube, South China Sea Studies, and our live tweeted on our Twitter, South China Sea Connect, and also the South China Sea Connect Instagram on account on Instagram and TikTok. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, may I welcome you to the 13th Annual South China Sea International Conference. The conference is a program by the ISSI Institute Diplomatic Academy aiming at promoting cooperations between Vietnam and its partner on various issues related to the South China Sea, from security, politics, to information, legal, communications, science, fisheries, and environment, and so on. After 12 years, our program has become a prestigious platform in Vietnam and in international community for substantial discussions, practical policy recommendations, and meaningful networks fostered. And our conference today is expected to honor that traditions. And to start things off, may I welcome Dr. Phạm Lan Dung, Acting President of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, to deliver the opening speech. Please, Dr. Lu.
Excellency Mr. Pham Quang Hieu, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Excellency Ambassadors, representative of Diplomatic Corps, distinguished scholars, colleagues here, and those who are attending online. I would like to warmly welcome you to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam's 13th South China Sea International Scientific Conference, with the theme looking back to a brighter future, especially online delegates from all over the world. I regret that the COVID-19 pandemic has not yet allowed us for the opportunity to convene online in person. Ladies and gentlemen, The COVID-19 pandemic has lasted longer than anticipated and continues to change the way our world operates. We have been learning how to actively adapt to the new normal. In this context, maintaining the South China Sea Conference is an effort of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam to adapt to that new normal by bringing together leading domestic and international scholars to discuss the South China Sea issues based on scientific, open, and objective approach. In recent years, numerous issues related to maritime domain in general and in South China Sea in particular continue to capture public attention and require collective solutions such as marine environment protection, climate change, sustainable use of resources, protection of the rule-based order at sea, and maritime security, fishery, development of coastal communities, etc. The year 2021 also witnesses heightened interest for the South China Sea from many countries and international forums, including the United Nations. The UN has emphasized its shared perception on respect for international law, regional rule-based order, and peaceful resolution of disputes in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Countries increasingly appreciate the value of establishing a legal framework for activity at sea in accordance with common interest of the international community and maritime states. ASEAN has boldly expressed concern about destabilizing activities in the South China Sea and called for further cooperation. ASEAN has also resumed discussions with China on the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea. Ladies and gentlemen, while the South China Sea continues to draw attention, we need to understand related issues, since this is the key in unpacking the complexity in the South China Sea and moving towards a better future for the international community, the region, and relevant parties. For that reason, our conference this year has adopted the theme, Looking Back to Brighter Future. As you may know, the South China Sea Conference continues to be a prestigious and highly anticipated academic event. It has gathered leading regional and global experts to discuss the issues of marine security, law of the sea, economic development, and marine environment protection. The conference has helped raising regional and international understanding and awareness on various aspects of the South China Sea and made positive contribution to policy making in order to maintain peace, stability, and promote cooperation in the South China Sea and the region. Looking back on the past is an opportunity for us to review not only the South China Sea situation, but also about our conference to further improve the platform. After 13 years, this year's conference has some notable new features. Firstly, this is the first time the South China Sea Conference is held at the DAV and the largest international event to be held since our new building was completed. And this was organized with the support from many countries and representative offices in Vietnam. I would like to take this opportunity to express gratitude for their valuable support. Secondly, as the pandemic persists, we have moved much of the conference online and creating favorable conditions for a large number of speakers and delegates to participate. Thirdly, the conference has further diversified its speakers, moderators, and viewpoints, and utilized technology to better interactions between speakers and delegates, improving the quality of exchanges. Finally, we would like to emphasize that in order to organize the conference today, we have received great support from many domestic and international partners and friends. We are very pleased and grateful to the valuable support from the KAS Foundation, the ASEAN New Zealand Foundation, the Australian Embassy, the British Embassy, the Canadian Embassy, the EU delegation, the French embassy, the German embassy, and the Japanese embassy in Hanoi. Your companionship and support financially and spiritually is a great source of encouragement for the organizing team and an important contribution to the success of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, with a frank, objective, scientific, and inquisitive spirit upheld in previous conferences, I firmly believe that in the next 2 days, we will have in-depth exchanges of the lessons from history toward a recommendation for multifaceted and substantial cooperation in the South China Sea. I would like to announce the opening of the 13th South China Sea International Scientific Conference with a theme looking back to a brighter future. Again, my sincere thanks to all the scholars and delegates. And I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Pham Quang Hieu, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, to deliver his remark.
Good morning. Dr. Pham Lan Dung, Acting President of Diplomatic Academy of Viet Nam, Your Excellency Ambassadors, representatives of diplomatic corps, and distinguished guests, keynote speakers, panelists, and online participants. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Vietnam, I'd like to it is my great honor to welcome and thank all of you, ambassadors, representatives of diplomatic corps, speakers, distinguished guests present at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam today, as well as online participants from all over the world for participating in our 13th South China Sea International Conference under the theme, Looking Back to a Brighter Future. I'd like to thank Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me to attend and deliver a opening remark at this important conference. In the context of complicated developments of the COVID-19 pandemic, the continued organization of this conference has demonstrated that this conference series has become an indispensable forum for peace, stability, and maritime cooperation in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the South China Sea, located at the heart of Indo-Pacific region, is clearly a litmus test for peace, stability, cooperation in this vast region. Developments in South China Sea, positive and welcoming or otherwise, will easily set a precedent to be replicated in entire region and in other parts of the world. That is because of the process of interaction between major powers, major countries, between major countries and regional multilateral organizations will have a deep and long-term implication to the world order and interstate relations. Since last year's South China Sea Conference, we have been somewhat encouraged by the fact that the atmosphere of frank, constructive dialogue in South China Sea continues to be maintained between all parties, and that international law, especially the decision of jurisdictional authorities and the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, are still widely recognized as an important legal foundation for maintaining order at sea, and that the process of negotiation of code of conduct between ASEAN and China has been resumed and certain progress has been made. We are also encouraged when countries near and far are proactively seeking to build a peace, prosperous, connected, and rule-based Indo-Pacific region, including ensuring regional maritime security. On the other hand, the situation in the South China Sea in the past year has also raised many new concerns. The rapidly increasing number of military activities at sea, undersea, in the air, and in space are raising concern about an arms race and the risk of unintended collisions. Great power competition and the emergence of new security arrangements in the region pose new challenges for evolving regional architecture, especially to the roles of ASEAN. While UNCLOS is considered a shared norm of conduct, there are still many national laws and practices are inconsistent or even contrary to UNCLOS. The legitimate rights and interests of coastal states have not been fully respected. And it is clearly not a conducive to trust and cooperation in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past year, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on all aspects of the world, creating multiple crises with serious concerns to trust and cooperation in international relations. History has taught us that significant historical moments like these are pivotal ones that can lead us to different futures. Looking back at the history of South China Sea with you, we have witnessed not only the efforts and achievement of regional countries in maritime delimitation, management of differences, enhanced cooperation to maintain peace and stability at sea, but also a number of conflicts, collisions, and not a few unilateral actions that complicate the situation. Throughout this process, Vietnam's policy on the South China Sea issue has always been clear and consistent, persistently protecting its legal rights, its legitimate rights and interests, and jointly managing South China Sea issue with other parties through peaceful means, in accordance with international law, especially UNCLOS. Vietnam always welcomes the efforts of regional and extra-regional countries to contribute to peace, stability, and cooperation in South China Sea. The situation in South China Sea is now at an important junction. This requires us to be very alert, to observe the situation objectively and to make policy recommendations firmly based on historical lessons and scientific study. And therefore, I very much appreciate the selection of this year's conference by conference team by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, looking back to a brighter future. With that in mind, I hope the conference will seek to clarify the following. First, work that needs to be done in order to strengthen exchange and dialogue among countries, especially claimant states, to manage differences and find mutual acceptable solutions, to settle disputes and differences through peaceful means in accordance with international law, including UNCLOS, through diplomatic and legal processes. Second, measures to strengthen maritime order in South China Sea, such as measures to encourage parties to seriously comply with their commitments under DOC, refrain from further complicating the situation, changing the status quo in the South China Sea. And And we also try to find out what hindrances need to be removed so that the parties can soon achieve an effective, substantive code of conduct in the South China Sea, in line with international law and widely supported by international community. And third, how to build a regional multilateral security architecture in order to effectively address traditional and non-traditional security threats, with ASEAN playing its central role. Fourth, measures can be taken to strengthen maritime cooperation in various fields, promoting application of science technology to marine management, especially blue economy, in order to restore the economic development and supply chain at sea. The South China Sea needs to be a connecting space, promoting global trade and ensuring uninterrupted supply chains, especially ones that for strategic commodities. And ladies and gentlemen, during the past 13 years, the South China Sea Conference series organized by Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam has proven to be a leading prestigious forum in the region to discuss peace and cooperation in the South China Sea. The conference this year will continue to demonstrate the need for dialogue in spirit of science, fairness, and construction, contribute many ideas and initiatives for strengthened dialogue and cooperation in South China Sea. And in that spirit, I wish the conference a great success. I also wish all delegates, distinguished guests, online participants, good health and many achievements in life. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Phạm Văn Dung. Thank you, His Excellencies, Mr. Phạm Quang Hieu. And one of the changes Dr. Dung mentions with our conferences today is that we will have further engagement between the speakers and our delegates and our participations here on site. So you will see that being upheld right in the very first sessions, the keynote sessions. And for these sessions, may I welcome Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn, Vice President of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, to chair the sessions. Please welcome Dr. Sơn.
Well, good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, we are now proceeding to the keynote sessions. And on these sessions, we are absolutely delighted to be joined by three very prominent speakers. We will have His Excellency, Mr. Kevin Rudd, President and CEO of the Asia Society, President of the Asia Society Policy Institute, and former Prime Minister of Australia from 2007 to 2010, and briefly in 2013. We'll also be joined by His Excellency, Mr. Marty Natalegawa. Dr. Marty Natalegawa served as Foreign Minister of Indonesia between 2009 and 2014. He is the author of Does ASEAN Matter? A view from within. And he is a member of the UN Secretary General High-Level Advisory Board on Mediation, among others. We'll also be joined by Her Excellency Amanda Meiling. Amanda Meiling was appointed Minister for Asia at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office on 16 September 2021. Amanda was previously Minister without portfolio at the Cabinet Office from 13 February 2020 to 15 September 2021, Treasurer of Her Majesty Household, Deputy Chief Whip from July 2019 to February 2020, and Assistant Government Whip from January 2018 to July 2019. So without any further ado, please welcome our three distinguished keynote speakers. I would like to first of all invite Excellency Kevin Rudd to deliver your remarks. And we are delighted that the distinguished keynote speakers have agreed to stay on after their remarks to interact with the audience. So Excellency Kevin Rudd, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My understanding is that I'm to speak according to this for 15 minutes, and then we're having a 15-minute discussion. So I will stay with you as long as I can before I retreat to my requirements here in Singapore, where I'm a delegate to the New Economy Forum hosted by Bloomberg. First of all, to our friends in Vietnam, can I extend my greetings? I have a deep affection for the people of Vietnam. I've been to your country many times, and I'm pleased in particular about a decision I took as Prime Minister to provide the core funding for what then became the Ca Lan Friendship Bridge, a very big construction project across the Mekong for our friends in Vietnam. And I was glad to see it opened in 2018. It was Australia's single largest development assistance program. Good to see also my great friend Marty Natalegawa. Marty and I have done many things together around the world, most of them good. He is a friend and colleague and a great contributor to the debate about ASEAN's future as a practitioner, but also as a scholar. Let me make three sets of remarks for this conference. One concerns the state of US-China relations as it impacts the South China Sea. Two, the consequences of the state of US-China relations for ASEAN. And then three, recent developments within the South China Sea itself and where that leads to the future for ASEAN solidarity and centrality. On the first question, which is US-China, the truth is, and perhaps the uncomfortable truth, is that we are now in a period of significant strategic competition between these two global powers. And there are three basic reasons for this. They are structural. One is China's rising power, economic, military, technological, and as a consequence, it alters the material or objective balance of power between China and the United States within the region, and of course, between China and other countries within the region. The second structural factor at work has been a change in Chinese strategy since Xi Jinping became China's paramount leader at the end of 2012. I've observed this over the last 9 years, and Xi Jinping's explicit rejection of Deng Xiaoping's previous strategy of Tao Guang Yang Hui, Jue Bu Dang Tou, hide your strength, bide your time, never take the lead, to a more forceful and assertive Chinese foreign and security policy to advance what China defines as its core interests and its central values, has been clear and plain to China's neighbors in Southeast Asia, China's neighbors in Northeast Asia, as well as China's partners around the rest of the world. The third structural factor driving the dynamics of the US-China relationship has been the US strategic response to China's rising power and the adjustment in China's central strategy. And we've seen that most particularly reflected with the determination of the new US national security strategy at the end of the first year of the Trump administration, November of 2017, and America's new, as it were, mega doctrine, macro doctrine of strategic competition against the People's Republic of China. And despite the fact that we've had a change in administration 1 year ago, the essential characteristics of this strategic competition as defined by the United States as its governing principles around its overall strategy on China has not changed. We will soon see the production of the US national security strategy between now, I believe, and the end of this year, together with a range of other accompanying authoritative documents, some public, many not, which will give us a greater insight into the contours of US strategic response to the China dynamic. This, of course, brings us to what has happened most recently in the last couple of days in the summit between Xi Jinping and President Biden. My overall simple analysis is as follows. US-China relations have been in free fall since 2018 through the trade war, through the pandemic, and through a range of other geopolitical tensions, not least of which is the South China Sea, but also Taiwan, the East China Sea, and the Sino-Indian border. And so, as a consequence of that, I believe that both China's leader, Xi Jinping, and President Biden reached a conclusion in recent months that it was not in their interests, either China's interests or the United States' interests, to see a further collapse in political and diplomatic capital in the US-China relationship, and the need to restabilize that relationship at a manageable level. And hence the summit. The summit, if you like, in my best description, represents a tactical pause in the downward spiral in the relationship. Secondly, however, the strategic competition between the two countries will continue. It will, however, continue in a manner which will have better machinery for keeping the relationship within what the two sides now describe as guardrails of the relationship. This approach is consistent with what I have long described as the need for a doctrine of managed strategic competition between China and the United States, which recognizes strategic red lines and constructs guardrails around them, accepts the reality of strategic competition across the rest of national security policy, foreign policy, trade, investment, technology, and human rights. But thirdly, also creates political space for areas of bilateral and multilateral collaboration between China and the United States as well. I believe that is probably where we have got to, but we should not mistake the positive response to the summit as meaning a fundamental strategic change in the nature of the competitive relationship between the two countries. It, however, creates better mechanisms, channels of diplomatic communication, and understandings between the two countries to prevent crisis, conflict, and war by accident. I said I'd touch on a second area, which is the implications for this for ASEAN. I have been a lifelong supporter of ASEAN. Many people have criticized ASEAN. I have never criticized it. For the simple reason is it has achieved an extraordinary level by way of preventing countries which were historically adversaries from going to war against each other, and as a consequence, creating across wider Southeast Asia a zone of stability, which has enabled extraordinary regional economic growth to occur over the last half century. And the alternative, frankly, would have been disastrous for the region and for the world. However, the dynamics of US-China strategic competition make ASEAN into what I describe as the strategic swing state between China and the United States. It's not a term which our friends in ASEAN necessarily welcome, and probably Marty least of all, but I simply use it in the terms of the way in which both Beijing and Washington see Southeast Asia and ASEAN in general. In other words, is ASEAN as an aggregation of 10 Southeast Asian polities and economies moving more in the direction of China's sphere of strategic influence, or the reverse in the case of the United States? Of course, ASEAN has its own autonomy and ASEAN will make its own choices, but it would be wrong for me to describe it in terms other than that when the region is looked at through the lens of both Beijing and Washington themselves. The view from ASEAN capitals will be more nuanced and complex and differentiated than that. Geopolitically, of course, ASEAN confronts the reality, or as the Deputy Minister referred to before, of emerging new regional security institutions and political institutions. The Quad, of course, is one of them, and the Quad has gone from a concept to a political reality and prospectively a strategic reality, really in a quite short period of time. The triggering event, in my judgment, was the Sino-Indian border clash of June, July 2020, when India's historical reservations about it confirming the Quad as a useful, comprehensive piece of strategic architecture, which India could be comfortably associated with, those reservations changed after those border clashes. So the Quad is there. Most recently, of course, we've had a further innovation in relation to AUKUS, linking the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom. ASEAN, seeking its own strategic autonomy, will be at one level concerned by these developments because they will cause Southeast Asia to become even more the focus of external great power competition. At a different level, however, various people within ASEAN and various individual states within ASEAN privately may welcome the balancing effect which the emergence of both the Quad and AUKUS provide. And by a balancing mechanism, you also create greater political space for ASEAN to then exercise the strategic political autonomy that it actually has sought all along. At an economic level, let me make this point. The giant missing element of US Asia-Pacific strategy still lies in trade and the broader economy. The decision by the United States under both Republican and now Democrat administrations not to proceed with the Trans-Pacific Partnership is regrettable. Nonetheless, China, sensing the strategic and political opportunity, has itself now applied to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership. China, of course, has already become a signature to the APEC-wide arrangement, which is the RCEP arrangement, a lesser grade free trade arrangement than the TPP. And so therefore we have China as a member of RCEP and the United States not. We have China as an applicant for the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the United States not. And we have China's growing global and regional economic footprint, which now goes not just to trade, but also to foreign direct investment flows and also to broader capital markets. So the challenge for the United States in terms of its long-term strategy in Southeast Asia and wider Asia and the world is the extent to which the United States wishes to resume global leadership of trade liberalization and sustain its position of global economic leadership more broadly. That is the challenge lies in the in-tray, not just of this administration under President Biden, who understands the nature of this challenge very well, but in particular, the protectionist nature of the United States Congress, which arbitrates the politics of American global trade engagement. My final set of remarks before I turn the floor back to you is, of course, on the South China Sea explicitly. China, of course, within the South China Sea has been adapting its own strategy. China, as we will have observed, has for some time now not explicitly engaged in further island reclamation. However, China's strategic focus has in fact changed to the evolution of a series of joint resource development agreements, which it seeks to prosecute with the various claimant states to the region. I think these are important developments to observe. China's long-term strategic aspirations in terms of its territorial claims, in my judgment, has not changed. China's tactical decisions to move from overt reclamation to, in fact, a more diplomatic approach, both through joint resource development agreements and engagement with the Code of Conduct negotiations with ASEAN counterparts, represents a significant tactical shift by China. But China's strategic ambitions, as I read the Chinese strategic literature clearly, have not changed. Therefore, to conclude, what does that mean for ASEAN and Southeast Asia? Two very simple observations for the future, and they are these. What is paramount in terms of ASEAN's long-term interests for the individual member states and for the institution as a whole, but also for ASEAN's overall negotiating posture with China over the future of the Code of Conduct, the future of joint resource development agreements, but most critically on the future of the ultimate claims to sovereignty, is for ASEAN to maintain its political unity. To lose ASEAN's political unity on such critical questions as the South China Sea, I argue would be catastrophic for the future of ASEAN. And therefore, I regard that as a paramount concern for deliberations both at this conference, but also our friends and colleagues in the various chancelleries and foreign ministries across the 10 member states of ASEAN. And finally, the organizing principle for that pan-ASEAN solidarity must continue to be, as the Deputy Minister said before, the principles of international law, international maritime law, the law of the sea in particular, including the deliberations already delivered by relevant international institutions, such as the Permanent Court of Arbitration. I think, therefore, if there is a political imperative to sustain unity, and furthermore, to anchor that unity in the enduring universal principles of international law, then in fact, ASEAN can carve out for itself a robust future on this most sensitive of strategic, territorial and political topics. Thank you so much. I'll return the chair to you. As I said, I'll remain with you as long as I can before I must attend to other conference commitments here in Singapore.
Well, thank you very much, Excellency Kevin Rudd, for your very interesting and in-depth remark. I now would like to invite Marty Natalegawa. I believe there's a lot of reference to ASEAN and how ASEAN needs to maintain political unity and cohesiveness. I wish you could comment on that too, Pak Marty. So without any further ado, Pak Marty, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And thank you to the Academy for inviting me to share some thoughts and to learn essentially from the exchanges that are to take place throughout today. I am speaking just after my dear friend, Kevin, whom I have long admired during his time in office and since, for his incredible thought leadership, contribution that he has made to our region, and like to acknowledge that right at the forefront. But not least of all, I'd like to begin by expressing appreciation for Vietnam's role all throughout, specific to the South China Sea in terms of supporting the various ASEAN-led initiatives on the matter, but also the wider region as a whole. Vietnam's membership in ASEAN have been transformative in helping solidify the idea of an ASEAN 10 that is at peace with one another and enjoying a trust, strategic trust rather than a trust deficit. The immediate subject at hand, as I understand it, for the conference is the South China Sea, though the actual session that we are in at the moment speaks of the Indo-Pacific. In that connection, I'd like to begin by recalling or providing substance, perhaps, to ASEAN's engagement on the South China Sea, which was as early as in the early 90s, when ASEAN adopted the so-called Manila Declaration in 1992. And I do remember as a foreign ministry officials when Indonesia began to broach the idea of having a regional management of the potential for conflict on the South China Sea. Many at the time really expressed had question mark whether this was an entirely necessary and useful thing to do. But at the time, Indonesia and subsequently ASEAN and subsequently all of us in Southeast Asia recognized what we are about was about managing the potentials for conflict, about looking far ahead and being anticipatory, trying to transform what was the negative dynamic that was prevalent and trying to transform it in a more positive manner. Hence, as all of you would be familiar, we've had decades of ASEAN-China process, wherein we had the original Manila Declaration of '92, the 2002 DOC, and the ongoing efforts on the COC. The point that I wanted to make is that efforts of this type, management of conflict situations or transforming potential for conflict into one of cooperation, it is a process requiring persistent and continuous diplomatic efforts. And this is what ASEAN has been doing over all these past decades. not only on the South China Sea, but in the wider context in the Indo-Pacific as well. Although the term Indo-Pacific has only most recently become rather fashionable or rather popular, for ASEAN, as a matter of state practice, although we may not have used the term in the past, we have always had an Indo-Pacific perspective. Hence, for instance, the type of cooperative processes that we introduced was always beyond Southeast Asia, beyond East Asia even. And the most obvious manifestations would be the ASEAN Regional Forum, which encompasses countries far beyond Southeast Asia and East Asia, and the East Asia Summit, which includes Australia, obviously, New Zealand, and India, once again manifesting ASEAN's Indo-Pacific outlook or Indo-Pacific perspective. The question is whether all these modalities as ASEAN has introduced and processes, whether they remain fit for purpose given the challenges that we are facing today. The so-called return to the age of geopolitics, perhaps. And this is, I think, where ASEAN must devote a great deal of attention and effort on. The South China Sea is only one facet or one manifestation of what to me would be a recurring challenge of not only an intra-Southeast Asia or intra-regional disputes, but also one that can be magnified by the projection of so-called major power rivalries onto the scene. Kevin just now already described in depth the state of US-China dynamics, and I don't wish to add much to what Kevin had said, except to simply widen our recognition that when we speak of geopolitical dynamics that ASEAN must try to manage and contend with, it is not only obviously US-China, the India-China dynamic, as Kevin also had mentioned, is becoming increasingly problematic, not only on their border disputes, but also on the maritime dimension as well. Bay of Bengal, the Andaman Sea, perhaps may one day see more intensified difficult dynamics between those countries. Not only India and China, we have as well, of course, situation in the East China Sea, the dynamic between China and Japan, and the +3 dynamics in Northeast Asia. In essence, when ASEAN reflect on geopolitical dynamic, it must be a comprehensive approach. It cannot simply be determined by the dynamic, the US-China dynamic alone, because we must find some relevance essentially for ASEAN amidst all this situation. Not only the deepening of tensions and animosity in the traditional security field, but the ever-widening area within which these competitions are being paid out: technology, trade, finance, and even in areas where we would expect countries to collaborate, such as health, for instance, in the case of the pandemic. And therefore, the way I've been thinking about these matters is that what can actually ASEAN do apart from describing situation, apart from expressing concern, apart from appealing to all the parties concerned to exercise restraint, apart from hoping that ASEAN is left alone and not be forced to choose. I think ASEAN's ambitions must be far more than that. Autonomy is not an end by itself. If ASEAN was to play a driving seat role, it must have a clear sense of direction, where it would like to take to earn, how it would like to earn this centrality. And in this connection, it is quite encouraging that in recent years, we have seen at least ASEAN recognizing the need to have an Indo-Pacific outlook as presented in the formal document that it had issued. But the question is how one can proceed beyond an outlook. How can ASEAN provide meaningful policy impact on what is now ongoing? I know that there are some within ASEAN who may have different views in terms of how ASEAN should be. There are people who, a school of thought, who feels that this sort of issues are not for ASEAN to deal with, that it is beyond ASEAN, because ASEANs are not, comparatively speaking, powerful states, so to speak. ASEAN's variation in its foreign policy outlook may lead countries to succumb to the notion that it is far too difficult to have a common views. But I do believe that ultimately ASEAN member states and beyond ASEAN share common interests in trying to use the Kevin's term, to stabilize the geopolitical tensions, but all to strike what I would use the term an equilibrium in the current situation. So in my view, it is important for ASEAN to have a very precise definition of the nature of the problem that we are facing. For instance, the prevalence of trust deficit. For instance, the absence of a crisis management capacity in our region. We have plenty of scenarios whereby a minor incident may quickly develop into a major crisis unintended. And this is where ASEAN perhaps can contribute, how it can promote greater confidence among countries of the region. For instance, the notion of ASEAN pushing and calling for a renewal of the peaceful intent of countries in the Indo-Pacific, that irrespective of the fact that these countries are have fundamentally different positions on many issues, I think we can rally around the notion that notwithstanding, there should be a commitment that these type of problems can be resolved by peaceful or diplomatic means. We have had the precedents through the TAC, we have had the precedents through the East Asia Summit Bali principles, but I think at this time, especially following on or trying to capture the spirit of the recent US-China summit, it would be well, I think, for ASEAN to capture that spirit of early signs of some kind of commitment to stabilize the situation by pushing for a renewal of political commitment at the highest level to peaceful settlement of disputes. And my second point is on crisis management capacity. Here is where we have a lacune. There is not a capacity in our region that can deal with fast emerging crisis in a time-sensitive and a relevant manner, despite the fact that we have so many processes in our region. And having that kind of relevant and timely capacity, I think, is extremely important, which leads me once again to the South China Sea equation. In a way, the way ASEAN has tried to manage the situation on the South China Sea provides like a microcosm, almost like a template on how it can also try to manage the wider region as well. Building trust, building habit of communication, trying to instill predictable behavior through this long negotiated code of conduct. So I think it is well for ASEAN to try to extrapolate and to try to widen its efforts beyond the South China Sea theater itself. At the same time, I am a little bit disappointed, a little bit, if not despondent, by the lack of, the relatively slow progress on the code of conduct. There is a real risk that events on the ground may outpace the diplomatic processes. And as Kevin had said, I think it is critically important for ASEAN, without any hesitation, to to speak as one on this matter and negotiate or consult, if that is the right term, with China on the code of conduct from a position of unity in terms of their commitment, not necessarily to resolve the actual dispute at hand, but at least to ensure that the situation does not get any worse. But thank you once again to the Academy for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on this occasion, and deepest of appreciation once again to Vietnam for its leadership that it has demonstrated over the years in helping bring consolidate peace and security in our region. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Excellency Marty Natalegawa, for your sentimental remarks on ASEAN's and ASEAN's role. And please stay tuned for the interactions with the audience later. Now I'd like to invite Excellency Amanda Myling to convey her remarks through a pre-recorded video, please.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to this important conference, which the UK is proud to support. And thank you to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for putting together such a broad and useful agenda. I join you at an exciting time for the UK's relationship with partners in Southeast Asia. We share many priorities and interests, from maritime security to climate change and free trade, so we're working ever more closely together. In August, we became ASEAN's first dialogue partner in more than 25 years, a landmark moment. The Foreign Secretary visited Malaysia, Thailand and Indonesia just last week to strengthen our economic and security ties. I visited the Philippines and Singapore for the same reasons last month. In Singapore, I witnessed the impressive sight of the visiting UK Carrier Strike Group. It is flying the flag for global Britain, a maritime nation and a free trading nation. Like our South Asian counterparts, we rely heavily on the South China Sea for transporting our imports and exports. And like ASEAN, we view the sea as vitally important to peace, stability and prosperity. That's why we recently signed a new maritime security partnership with Vietnam. And as a new dialogue partner, we reaffirm our support for ASEAN centrality and ASEAN's outlook on the Indo-Pacific. We are keen to explore further cooperation, particularly in the areas of maritime security and safety that the outlook identifies. The UK has a right and duty to uphold international law and an obligation to protect the rules-based international system. That's why my predecessor set out the UK's legal position on the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and the South China Sea for the first time in 2020 to our own Parliament. Our position is long-standing. Our commitment is to international law, in particular to UNCLOS, and to the freedom of navigation and overflight. We do not take a position on competing sovereignty claims. We are clear that UNCLOS is the legal framework for all activities in the ocean and seas. Our commitment to upholding the Convention is a global matter. We will continue to raise concerns with other nations when their interpretation of UNCLOS differs from ours. That's why we have objected to China's claims based on the so-called 9-dash line and offshore archipelagos concept as being unfounded in UNCLOS. We agree with the findings of the 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Award in this respect. Like others, we are very concerned by reports of militarization, coercion and intimidation in the South China Sea. We urge all parties to resolve their disputes peacefully through existing legal mechanisms, particularly UNCLOS. We agree with ASEAN that it is important for the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties to be fully implemented, and we hope that an effective and substantive code of conduct for the South China Sea will be concluded in line with international law, in particular UNCLOS. There is another strong reason for working closely with our ASEAN partners here to protect marine environment. This is a critical priority for the UK as leader of the Global Ocean Alliance and hosts of COP26. The ocean and seas play a unique and irreplaceable role in regulating our climate and keeping us healthy. They absorb carbon dioxide and heat and provide half of the oxygen we breathe. Not to mention producing the fish that billions of people depend on as their main source of protein. Globally, a third of marine mammals are at risk of extinction, and we're filling the ocean with plastic that is set to treble from 2015 to 2025. So we must protect the South China Sea along with all our marine resources. But it is suffering untold harm from overfishing and dredging for the construction of artificial features. Fish stocks have dropped by a third over the last 30 years. At COP26, the UK government set out our commitment to working with international partners, including ASEAN friends, to protect at least 30% of the global ocean by 2030. We also committed to ensuring conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And we are determined to make the most of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development and scale up the policy and finance that will turn our ambition into action. Early this year, we launched our £500 million Blue Planet Fund. This will support developing countries, including in Southeast Asia, to protect marine environment and reduce poverty. It will also help them reduce the damage done to our ocean and manage the marine resources. COP26 also reinforced the importance of littoral states being able to use their exclusive economic zones for blue economic activity, shifting away from fossil fuels. Offshore wind is essential to the future energy mix in South China Sea, replacing oil and gas to meet new emissions goals. So I welcome the ambition of Vietnam and other Southeast Asian nations announced during the summit to reach net zero by 2050. On this and on so much more, we will continue to work closely with our partners in Southeast Asia. It's in all of our interest to promote a stable, prosperous and environmentally sustainable South China Sea. This is how we will protect each other in the long term and boost security, trade and the rule of law. I wish you a successful conference.
Well, thank you very much, Excellency Amanda Miley. Now we have some spare minutes left, and we are glad that Marty Natalegawa is still with us. Excellency Kevin Rudd unfortunately had to leave for another event. So I would like to now open the floor for Q&A, and I'm glad that Marty would be happy to entertain your questions. So I'd like to invite distinguished excellencies and delegates from this room, as well as 4 other rooms in this building where participants are residing. Also, I'd like to invite online participants. If you have a question, please forward it to me through the chat box or Q&A box. Okay, I got a question here, and the question is rightly to you, Marty. You said earlier that the region is returning to the age of geopolitics, and there are a lot of questions on whether ASEAN is fit for the purpose. So in your opinion, how ASEAN should retool itself in order to make it better fit for the purpose, especially in the context of the return of geopolitics in the Indo-Pacific?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for that very important question. In my view, it is not necessarily retooling itself, because in some ways, the wherewithal, the capacities actually already exist, because during the years of relatively conducive geopolitical environment, ASEAN worked hard at developing all kinds of processes and introducing norms and principles to safeguard the region's peace and security. All of you are familiar with the ASEAN Plus dialogue partner processes, the ASEAN Regional Forum that I mentioned, the ASEAN East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Maritime Forum, including expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum, etc. So the capacities exist. the institutions, so to speak. I guess one of the challenge that we face is how we can make those institutions, how ASEAN can actually utilize those institutions and make use of them as situations develop. For instance, the East Asia Summit, it has been meant to be a leaders level process to discuss strategic issues. And I wonder now, as it's currently being practiced, whether it has become too regular and too routine, in the sense that meetings are essentially annual in nature, and when there are crises that occur that demands leaders' collective attention, a forum such as the East Asia Summit have not really been felt its impact and its influence. That is why, in my view, it is not a question of creating new institutions, because that can be really a long and time-consuming process, but really to empower what we already have, the ASEAN Regional Forum, the East Asia Summit, make sure that they are more timely, they are not too routine, like a conference diplomacy, but really having this capacity that I mentioned before, a crisis management capacity. For instance, just case studies, when the dynamics on the Korean Peninsula in recent years sort of show some promise. Was the ASEAN Regional Forum of relevance during the entire process in trying to lock and trying to consolidate the momentum towards peace? Of course, Vietnam and Singapore, two ASEAN states, hosted important summits to do with the Korean Peninsula. But ASEAN collectively, I feel, could have done more. Likewise on India and Pakistan, India and China. Again, these capacities exist. It's just a question of, are we willing to respect our own institutions' capacities and make use of them? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Pa. There's another question here from an audience online. What is your assessments of the evolutions of ASEAN's position on the South China Sea, and especially the outcome of recent ASEAN summits on the South China Sea?
Well, as I said, as I tried to refer to before, there is a long history of ASEAN's engagement on the matter. And we shouldn't take that for granted, because obviously some of the disputing countries are fellow members of ASEAN, and other ASEAN member states are not involved on the matter at all. And yet, despite that reality, ASEAN has managed to make this a common ASEAN test case. So it is important, as Kevin and as well as tried to say earlier, for ASEAN to maintain that sense of unity, that sense of common interest on the South China Sea matter. But at the moment, there is a real risk, as I was trying to suggest, of how developments on the ground or developments at sea far outpacing the diplomatic process. And this is where there could be credibility gap between commitments on paper that are being made and the reality at sea, where there are unilateral actions, as you know, by certain countries, a certain country, to try to change the situation on the ground. And this is obviously absolutely unacceptable. And I am not obviously as well informed as I should be nowadays, but I noticed that ASEAN nowadays, when they refer to in their official document on the South China Sea, whenever there is, for instance, expression of concern, there is a qualification. It says some ASEAN members express concern. I'm not sure whether that is actually necessarily a positive thing, because then you begin to dissect separate ASEAN. There is the complete ASEAN view, and there are expression of concern that are expressed only by some ASEAN member states. So I guess this symbolism or this words matter. Words matter, and those who study this kind of thing and draw conclusions, they can see there are potential fragility in our approach, and I think we should work harder in presenting a common view on the matter. Yeah.
Thank you, Pa. There is a question from an anonymous attendant. He says that, thank you, Excellency Marty, for your insightful remarks. Can you please share your thoughts on the impact of AUKUS on ASEAN's role in regional politics? How can ASEAN navigate in this new environment where more US-driven unilateral mechanisms such as the Quad and AUKUS might further weaken ASEAN relevance and centrality?
Well, thank you for that very, very current question. I personally believe that ASEAN should not try to sort of have a monopoly of processes in our region. I mean, it is a reality that ASEAN cannot have an exclusive status as the entity that drives, that initiates all meaningful diplomatic processes and security processes in our region. The reality has been ASEAN's centrality and ASEAN's existence have been side by side with other so-called minilaterals. Although AUKUS is the most recent example, prior to that, there were, well, ever since in the 50s, I guess, there's already the five-power defense arrangement, the bilateral security arrangement countries have with ASEAN member states have with other countries. So I think it would not be advisable for ASEAN to make it an either or, a zero sum. It's either ASEAN completely or ASEAN completely gone. But at the same time, the emergence of these processes, renewal of the Quad, the emergence of AUKUS must be a wake-up call for ASEAN. It must be. It means to me that there are certain needs, certain requirements that is not being met, that is not being solved, addressed by ASEAN. And therefore, these unmet needs find different modalities for its solution. And this is where I think ASEAN can think harder, because I do recall, for instance, the Quad. I mean, it has been in existence for many, many years. And we have all managed to put a lid on the Quad relevance because we have really empowered the East Asia Summit, make the East Asia Summit to be the premier process, the ASEAN Regional Forum to be the premier process. But if those forums show signs of drift or even irrelevance, then security will be sought, will be looked for elsewhere. So we must, it is not fundamentally inimical to ASEAN, but at the same time, it is a wake-up call. And most of all, it is a wake-up call for us, as I think earlier speaker have mentioned. It can create an action-reaction, in terms of military modernization of military capacities, or even arms race as well. So it is not, in my view, it is not something that ASEAN can neglect.
Thank you very much, Pa. The theme of this conference, as you can see, it's looking back to a brighter future.
Yeah.
What do you think is the best lesson we can draw from the past in order to navigate into a brighter future? If I can ask you that last question. Well,
I mean, obviously we look at the past to try to draw lessons learned, but we apply it to a situation that's often not necessarily the same as in the past. But at the same time, when I think of the past vis-a-vis ASEAN, I'm reminded of how courageous and how transformative ASEAN has been. I mean, when you think about 1976, the TAC, the decision to expand ASEAN membership to become ASEAN 10, and many other important, the ASEAN Charter. These are decisions that when it was taken, there was always some within ASEAN that question, is this a sound thing? Is this something that ASEAN should be engaged in? Or the decision to begin to initiate the ASEAN community? But all those times we have been driven by, very anticipatory, over the horizon perspective. And the South China Sea management of the South China Sea is another example. So I hope, for the present, ASEAN member states and leaders should not see issues as being glass half empty, but rather glass half full, and look at the problems and make sure that ASEAN is relevant to all these problems. The ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, for instance, in the first half of the document provides a very precise and very thoughtful definition of the nature of the problem. And then we have a number of cooperative areas. But the cooperative areas, I feel, must be in line or addresses the problems. Otherwise, it will be a solution looking for a problem, which may not be there. And to me, the most fundamental problem at the moment is one of trust deficit, the potential for miscalculation, and ASEAN must provide a response to that. And if you look at the past, ASEAN has always proved others wrong. We have always proved our resilience, our capacity to renew ourselves, to reinvent ourselves even, and I'm confident, thanks to the leadership of countries like Vietnam and others within ASEAN, the thought leadership, ASEAN will once again demonstrate its capacity to contribute to the region's peace and security. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Pak Marty. We have a lot more questions coming in and we just barely warmed up, but unfortunately the time we have for the keynote session has finished. So I'd like to, on behalf of all the Excellencies ambassadors in this room, all the participants in this building and all the attendees online, to express our gratitude for your time today and for sharing your very insightful and sentimental thoughts with us. And I wish you to stay strong and continue to provide the intellectual leadership to ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, all keynote speakers and distinguished guests. Our theme of the conference this year today is looking back to a brighter future. And with session one, we're going to do just that. We are going to looking back at the recent history, the recent development in the South China Sea in the past year. And for these sessions, may I welcome His Excellency Ambassador Giorgio Aliberti, the head of the EU delegations to Vietnam, as the moderators. An online audience, please keep in mind that you can participate in the chat box or in the Q&A box, and you can use the raise hand function. But when you make your questions, please address your name and your affiliations. And now, Ambassador, you have the floor. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear President, Dr. Son, I think, dear friends, colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to start this moderating this first session. I think we are all happy to be here. I think in this fantastic place, this new building of the Diplomatic Academy. As you know, the first session, I think, touches upon a very, very relevant issue. And Actually, we saw already with the keynote session how the global landscape has been shifting, is changing in the recent time. And as you know, also as the European Union, we have been actively working on this, and we released just very recently our own strategy for cooperation in the Pacific, because we saw that the world's center of gravity is moving towards this region. So we thought it was high time to do something more relevant. And we see that the regional order has been challenged in recent time. We are very active here. We are already the top investor as European Union. We are the largest trade partners. And there is a growing, of course, economic interdependence. So we have stakes also in the security, in peace and security in Asia, and we are concerned at escalating tensions in the South China Sea. So our line is trying always to refrain from the threat. All parties should refrain from the threat of use of any form of provocative actions and should exercise self-restraint, and we try to resolve any kind of disputes through peaceful means. And we are very supportive, of course, of international law, in particular UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. We support of the ASEAN-led process, of course, of the Code of Conduct, and we think it's important that they should not prejudice the interests of third parties. So given all of this, as your ambassador here, I'm very happy to be listening today to a stellar panel that DAV has managed to put together. We are very supportive of the conferences a number of years. So we have a number of important experts. I'll just make the list of Mr. Derek Grossman from RAND Corporation, Dr. Vanarith Chang, President of the Asian Vision Institute, Cambodia, Dr. Ding Duo, Associate Research Fellow of National Institute for South China Sea Studies, Vice Admiral Koda, and Professor Stephen Nagi. So we have about an hour of presentation, then 30 minutes of Q&A. So please, each of you should keep the remark within the 10-minute limit. So without further ado, I will start with Mr. Derek Grossman, who's Senior Defense Analyst at RAND, and they focused on a range of national security policy and Indo-Pacific security issues. And he's an adjunct professor at the University of Southern California, and many, many more. So please, Mr. Grossman, you can start your first intervention. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. And good morning to everybody there in Hanoi. And thank you to my good friends at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me to speak today. I have very fond memories of past South China Sea conferences, and I'm truly hoping to be in Vietnam for the next one. So what I'd like to discuss today is how we arrived at the current situation in the South China Sea. And I'm going to do this by briefly taking us back a decade and highlighting several key incidents that I believe have fostered an environment of growing distrust and anxiety. For context, as I'm sure we're all aware, China in 2009 officially declared its so-called 9-dash line based on historical territorial rights to the region. This claim consumes approximately 90% of the sea and features within it, and stands in stark contrast to international law and norms of behavior embodied in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. Unfortunately, China's growing military power has manifested itself in increasingly assertive tactics against maritime counterclaimants, including Brunei, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam. While not an official counterclaimant, Indonesia too has experienced greater pressure in the Natuna Sea at the southernmost dash of the 9-dash line. China's artificial island construction and militarization of several features over the years has provided Beijing with new strategically relevant military bases. These bases are key nodes that, among other missions, enable constant patrols of disputed waters by China's Navy, Coast Guard, and fishing militia. But in truth, even before China had completed its island building and militarization of key features in the South China Sea, Beijing was already engaged in gray zone operations against counterclaimants. The one that I hear about most often, still to this day, in fact, from Asian interlocutors, and I think my American colleagues would agree, is Scarborough Shoal. In 2012, China leveraged its Coast Guard and fishing militia to essentially push Philippine fishermen out of Scarborough Shoal. And now Beijing de facto controls that feature. This peaceful annexation of a disputed feature has not sat well with the Philippines, nor with the region. And it's actually part of the current president in the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte's anti-American narrative for why America can't be trusted. The episode is rightly called U.S. security commitments with allies into question because U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty was not triggered by China's actions. Another incident in 2014, which this one hits much closer to home for the purposes of this conference, happened in May of that year. China deployed the Haiyang Shuryo 981 oil rig within Vietnam's exclusive economic zone near the disputed Paracel Islands. After a months-long standoff, China only backed down after regional and international condemnation. More recently, in late 2019, China and Vietnam squared off again at Vanguard Bank in the Spratly Islands, where Vietnam was conducting energy resource extraction with international partners. To its credit, Vietnam stood its ground, or sea as it were, until the operation was completed, even though China harassed the operation throughout, aided by new military outposts on artificial islands. Throughout 2019 and into 2020, China also decided to encircle an inhabited island under de facto Philippine administration, known as D2 or Pag-asa, with hundreds of fishing boats and Coast Guard vessels. Encroachment is still intermittent there. Then in January of this year, China publicized a new Coast Guard law that allowed Chinese Coast Guard assets to fire upon those in breach of Chinese law in its sovereign waters, or quote unquote sovereign waters. And we'll all easily remember that in March of this year, Chinese fishing boats moored at the disputed Whitsum Reef that's in dispute with the Philippines. Beijing claimed they did so because of an incoming storm, but there was no such storm. I believe some of the boats are still there today. So most recently, China has continued its harassment of Malaysian energy drilling efforts in the South Laconia Shoals. It's also now bothering Indonesian energy drilling efforts in the Natuna Sea. And let's not forget that China-Indonesia relations reached a low point in late 2019, early 2020, when Chinese fishing boats and Coast Guard encroachments into Jakarta's EEZ resulted in Indonesia deploying ships and flying F-16s overhead to shoo them away. So all of this is to say that China's growing assertiveness in the South China Sea has been an extremely troubling trend as it threatens the maintenance of peace and stability in the region. Perhaps the good news, and I know we're trying to look for some good news in this conference, is that maritime counterclaimants have reacted quite responsibly. Vietnam, for example, has consistently and calmly emphasized UNCLOS in its dealings with China. The Philippines does as well. And within the last 18 months, even the anti-American and pro-Chinese Philippine President Duterte finally recognized the 2016 arbitration ruling in Manila's favor. Malaysia has sent numerous notes verbal through the United Nations to diplomatically protest Chinese claims. And it'll be important to see if these policies pay off. At least publicly, China in the last few days has signaled that it is finally ready to conclude a legally binding code of conduct. And the negotiations, as we all know, have been dragging on for 25 years. Beijing plans to resume the code of conduct negotiations next month, allegedly to commemorate the 30th anniversary of China's addition as an ASEAN dialogue partner. I, for one, am not particularly optimistic since both sides seem to remain far apart. According to one media report from late 2018, the single draft negotiating text for the COC does not cover China's further militarization of features in artificial island building, nor the potential declaration of a South China Sea air defense identification zone, among other things. And of course, we have Cambodia serving as the chair of ASEAN next year. The last time this happened in 2012, Cambodia tried to shelve the South China Sea issue on behalf of its Chinese patron. ASEAN in 2022 certainly won't be easy when it comes to the South China Sea. Finally, I want to briefly cover the US position on the South China Sea. Although the Senate never ratified UNCLOS, the US operates in the spirit of the international treaty. This position has facilitated close security cooperation and trust between the US and maritime counterclaimants opposed to China's historical territorial rights interpretation of the South China Sea. Washington has routinely sent warships through the region to demonstrate that the South China Sea is international water. The US has also conducted joint exercises with allies and partners to improve coordination in the event of a contingency. Washington has further provided military assistance to allies and partners in the form of maritime domain awareness capabilities, as well as Coast Guard assets. the US has also clarified its position on the South China Sea. In July 2020, to commemorate the 4-year anniversary of the Philippines arbitration victory, then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo shifted South China Sea policy from not taking a position on sea disputes to stating that the integrity and lawfulness of maritime counterclaimants EEZs must be respected. The Biden administration this year has reiterated that shift. Notably, however, the US still does not take a position on territorial features within the South China Sea. The US is also working in close concert with countries outside of the region, most notably Australia, India, and Japan, and together with the US, they make up the Quad. They emphasize the importance of maintaining a rules-based international order. In conclusion, trends in the South China Sea in general aren't good. China's military power is on the rise, and its growing diplomatic and economic clout bolster its confidence to get what it wants in this disputed region. The US is also responding to China by ramping up its own military activities in the region. And maritime counterclaimants are increasingly caught in the middle. Going forward, it will be important to see whether the US, in concert with willing allies and partners, can get China to dial back its assertiveness in the South China Sea. That is certainly the intent of the Biden administration, but thus far, China's bad behavior continues unabated. The recent Biden-Xi virtual summit did little to inspire hope that Beijing is changing its approach. What I think is needed is more than defense and military cooperation throughout the region, though this is certainly an essential ingredient. What is additionally needed is a deepening of political and economic cooperation to make maritime counterclaimants less susceptible to Chinese coercive activity and more trusting of America's staying power in and security commitments to the region. Without those critical components, maritime counterclaimants are likely to become more dependent on China and less able or willing to push back in the future. So thank you for listening. I look forward to your thoughts and your questions and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much also for keeping the time. And I think, well, you mentioned some good news, not too many, to be honest. Most of them were not so good. And particularly, you said the trends are not good, and you said ASEAN risks to be caught in the middle. Now we'll listen to Dr. Chang, President of the Asian Vision Institute, Director of Asia-Pacific Secretariat Think Tank 2022, and founder and chairman of Angus Social Innovation Park. And he will talk about exactly the role of ASEAN, I think, in a world which is more vulnerable and uncertain and complex. Please, Dr. Chang, you have the floor.
Very good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, which I graduated from the school back in 2002. So, xin chào. I'm honored and pleasure to be part of this very high-level, dynamic annual dialogue on the South China Sea. It's very hard for me to speak between the panelists from the US and China. So I try how to maintain my neutral positions here, balanced view on the South China Sea. First, I would like to set the stage of the nature and the landscape of the South China Sea that we are talking about. I applied the concept of recover, which was coined right after the end of the Cold War and have been practiced, implemented across the business sector. Not so much anymore in international relations, the VUCA world. V, we have four letters here. V refers to volatility, which means the nature and dynamics of change that are unexpected and unstable. And look at the South China Sea situation. I think it is very volatile, right? Very unstable and unexpected. It depends on the behavior of the major power in particular. U refers to uncertainty. So I don't know how we can predict the geopolitics of the Asia Pacific and the South China Sea. So I think it's hard to predict, right? And I think we should expect for surprises in the future. So that is uncertainty. C stands for complexity. So we have to understand the complex multiplex of forces multiplex of factors and multiplex of vectors, right? So this confounding of issues really make the South China Sea far from solutions. So it's gonna be a long-term issue, and we need to learn to live with it, and meanwhile try to find solution. Perhaps solution is very important, I mean, very far from now, but at least to prevent war or conflicts by accidents. The last word here in the VUCA world is ambiguity. This is very, very kind of an ambiguous situation, because we will have, we have seen many misread, misperception and miscalculations, and this trend will continue in the future. And there's no clear kind of causal relationship. The cause and effect relationship are quite ambiguous in this regard. So this is the nature of the South China Sea, the VUCA world. So how we can navigate through this VUCA world in the South China Sea, I don't think it's easy. It's gonna be complex and difficult, but again, we try to be optimistic how we can find solutions. So look at the effects, the causes of tensions. A previous speaker mentioned about the US-China structural competition, especially by Kevin Rudd, that this is one of the key kind of root, the key root cause of regional tensions and future conflicts. So how can the US and China work together in order to maintain stability in the region is very crucial. And of course, as Marty Natalegawa mentioned earlier, that US-China relation and competition, of course, is very kind of significant, but we need to look at other dynamics. So ASEAN and other regional countries in South Asia need to have a more comprehensive kind of strategy and outlook beyond the US-China competition. Well, it is easy to say, but it's hard to implement, frankly, because reality on the ground is very complex. Second point of the causes of tension, I think this previous speaker mentioned about the militarization of in the area. Either it is a mobile or immobile military facility or assets. That is another root cause of tensions and conflict in the regions. I think the third root cause is much more difficult to handle. It's the domestic politics and nationalism. And we can see the rise of this kind of nationalism across the region. So this is this trend, domestic politics constrain the flexibility of foreign policy. In other words, foreign policy have been constrained by domestic politics and nationalism. So that add to the causes of tension. So to summarize, three root causes here: US-China competition, militarizations, and domestic politics and nationalism. So what are the effects of these causes? Of course, the regional peace and security are under stress and strains, and less space for small and medium-sized countries, less space for ASEAN to maneuver in this context. There's a tendency, a trend of the formation of geopolitical fault lines in the regions. Some regional countries are forced to take sides against their wills and interests. So that is quite dangerous trend. Also, this tension create significant constraint on regional operations to address non-traditional security threats such as marine pollution, informal and illegal and irregular fishing, etc. So this is the effects of tension and instability in the South China Sea. So I would like to conclude with the future of ASEAN roles, as Pak Marty mentioned earlier. I'm a fan, I'm a supporter of ASEAN, but it doesn't mean that we are not critical of ASEAN, right? So look at the ASEAN role. We can put it into three keywords here. with regard to the South China Sea. First, ASEAN can be a normative power. ASEAN doesn't have military forces, doesn't have material forces to shape the regional order, but ASEAN has a normative power in order to shape regional order and architecture. So ASEAN is good at norm setting and socializing. That is the critical role of ASEAN that really fundamental to regional peace and stability. So there's some key documents in terms of norms setting and socialization of norms. The declaration of the Code of Conduct almost 19 years ago. And at least next year, we mark the 20th anniversary of DOC. So that will be a significant moment for ASEAN and China to celebrate, to commemorate, to reflect on what they have achieved in terms of implementation of the DOC, and what are the loopholes, what are the gaps in implementing the DOC. Another norms is of course the TAC, the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, which is in place in the 1970s. So how to enforce this TAC? Another important norm is the Code of Conduct. And the Code of Conduct perhaps is beyond norm. It becomes a more rule-based, a kind of behavior setting. So it's higher standard than norms, right? So become rules. This is something we expect to see the COC. It must have higher legal standard than the DOC. So I hope that the party to the negotiation of the COC should also stress this principle of rule, international law, and the conflict resolution management based on international law. Because international law is the foundation of peace and stability. And that is our expectation to see the COC, right? And another norms recently developed spearheaded by Indonesia is AOIP, the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So this is a norm set by ASEAN, right? In order to kind of manage geopolitical rivalry and to claim the ASEAN centrality. But as Pak Marty mentioned earlier, ASEAN need to earn centrality. It is not granted, it's not given. And centrality is a matter of necessity. It's not a matter of choice. So that ASEAN need to earn. And how ASEAN can earn centrality? First, ASEAN need to have unity, work together closely, promote mutual understanding, trust, and partnership, and have a common position on certain international issues of common interest and concern. That is where the most important role of ASEAN, normative power, norm setting and socialization of norms.
Thank you, Dr. Van Aert. I think we are just over 10 minutes. Excellent. I think your thought is very clear. Thank you for your useful intervention and about the role of ASEAN. Now, as we know, one of the big merits of DAV when organizing this conference is to listen to all parties. So after the American vision, after the ASEAN, Cambodian vision, now we are returned to Chinese view. So Dr. Ding Duo is Associate Research Fellow of the National Institute for South China Sea Studies and Deputy Director, Research Center for Oceans Law and Policy. Dr. Ding obtained a master and PhD in law in Korea, and he had a lot of research on this activity of international law. So without further ado, Dr. Ding, please, 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to share my screen. So there seems some problem with my computer. So would you please, okay, thank you. And first, good morning, everyone. I would like to express my thanks to the organizers for having me in this meeting. I'm happy to have this great opportunity to share my views on the South China Sea issue in this session. It's great that scholars from many countries could keep talking to each other through internet during this pandemic, but in person way is quite unique. And I hope that the pandemic can be controlled soon, so we can go back to the days when we sit together and talk. Next slide, please. Since 2020, despite the difficulties caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, China and the ASEAN countries have conducted effective dialogues on drawing up COC and measures to implement functional cooperation under the DOC. It has been widely admitted by the littoral states that the cooperation rather than conflict fulfills the interests of both China and ASEAN. However, there have been disturbing changes in the maritime situation in the South China Sea. For example, the military competition of the South China Sea, mentioned by many participants, which is led by the United States and followed by some extra-regional countries, has intensified. Next slide, please. And in response to China's territorial and maritime claims and activities in the region, the US has been working closely with its alliance and partners to contain and counter China's efforts. And the US also have been enhancing its own deterrence surveillance in the area. Both the scale and the frequency of the military activities in the South China Sea conducted by the US have increased. We all know, for example, that the nuclear submarine of the US has hit Annecy Mountain in the South China Sea. But where exactly did it occur? This is important because it might have been within the claimed jurisdiction of one or more South China Sea coastal states. All coastal countries bordering the South China Sea claim 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zones. According to UNCLOS, foreign vessels exercising their rights in a country's EEZ must have due regard for the rights and the duties of the coastal states. China and the South Asia countries rely on fish as primary sources of dietary protein and income generation more heavily than anyone else. About half of the region's population gets more than 20% of its animal protein from fish, and South China Sea fishery could have been endangered if there was any radiation leakage from the vessel. Next, please. Quad and AUKUS is another example. The US-driven anti-China security partnership have raised the likelihood of a US-China clash in the South China Sea. From Beijing's view, the Quad and AUKUS are the US strategic moves to counter what it sees as the China's threat to its hegemony in Asia. Regarding the AUKUS security alliance, some states may be supportive, like Singapore, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Some states are opposed, like Malaysia, and there are those who are concerned, including Indonesia. Others remain silent, such as Brunei and Laos. But in the event of a conflict between China and the US, ASEAN members also will be the losers, directly and indirectly. At some recent international academic conference, some scholars from ASEAN countries expressed their concerns about the military competition between China and the US in the Asia-Pacific region. The emergence of US-led security mechanism in the South China Sea will make the regional situation more complicated. ASEAN countries also need to assess the negative impact of relevant mechanism on the situation in the South China Sea. And how to deal with the geopolitical competition in the South China Sea is an issue that deserves consideration now by all countries in the region. China has many options in dealing with the US, the Quad, the AUKUS, but perhaps the wisest approach is to avoid military conflict, exercising its tried and true patience. ASEAN often affirms that its aspirations to centrality in regional security affairs, and ASEAN members are trying to avoid choosing between the two powers. While some ASEAN members may be more ideologically aligned with the US and prefer its security protection, they also have long-term economic and geopolitical reasons to develop a cooperative relationship with China. The question is how much respect and understanding the US can show for the wishes of ASEAN countries in its security policy in Southeast Asia. Next, please. Another example is about the regional order construction. The DOC signed in 2002 made arrangement on practical maritime cooperations among the littoral states. And based on the DOC, the COC will offer a solution to building a more effective and stable framework for practical maritime cooperation and crisis management. Now, Beijing and Washington are competing for the leading role in regional governance. The COC negotiation is seen by Washington as Beijing's attempt to exclude the US from framing a regional order. Conversely, Beijing sees Washington as undermining the negotiation process by influencing countries to divide the negotiation parties over issues such as the 2016 South China Sea Arbitration Award. China and ASEAN countries have shown their determination to manage the disputes by having a COC, in particular during the time when it poses challenges to each government in terms of economic and social recovery. For the long-term peace and stability of South China Sea, it is important that the COC is effective in ensuring that relevant parties exercise self-restraint and promote confidence-building measures, implement cooperative activities in the low-sensitive areas. At present, with stability that is both relative and fragile, the South China Sea is at a crossroads towards either more stability or turbulence. The more complex the situation, the more regional countries should maintain the momentum of maritime cooperation, since no one will benefit from a volatile South China Sea. On November 14, China's State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with diplomatic envoys of the ASEAN countries in Beijing, noting that next year marks the 20th anniversary of the DOC. He expressed the hope that the two sides will take the opportunity to advance consultations on COC based on the comprehensive and effective implementation of the DOC. Next, please. Half a century has passed since the emergence of the South China Sea issues. History has clearly shown that institution that where the legal disputes cannot be resolved in a short period, cooperation in the common is a common interest of the regional states. China and the US should avoid conflicts and misjudgments in the South China Sea and improve the military-to-military communication mechanism. For the countries in the region, factional maritime cooperation in low-sensitive areas can bring practice and is a feasible way to deal with the current external interference in the South China Sea and the insufficiency of political mutual trust. Potential area for practical cooperation between China and the other parties of the disputes include agriculture, marine environment protection, and marine scientific research. Given that the South China Sea is one of the most important maritime transport routes in the world, maintaining navigation safety is critical to ensure the safety of global supply chains. So it's also feasible for the coastal states to establish a cooperation mechanism for the governance in areas such as navigation safety and the maritime search and rescue. And this is my presentation. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ding. Exactly 10 minutes. Very, very well done. A very interesting point. Next speaker is Vice Admiral Koda. He's a graduate of Japan Defense Academy and is a retired admiral. He used to be Commander-in-Chief of Self-Defense Fleet in 2008, and then he's a very expert writer on maritime affairs. He will talk about the Japanese view on the South China Sea. Vice Admiral Koda, you have the floor.
Yep. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Also, thank you very much for DAV and the organization that helps to realize these conferences. And also every year I enjoy these South China Sea conferences. Okay, let me go into the subject. So my title is the South China Sea, Japan's view, but at the same time, the sailor's view. So I have some similar, but a little different, the perspectives on South China Sea. And of course, South China Sea has been a kind of the world attractive issues, especially since the 2015, when the Chinese reclamation attempts on some of the coral atolls in the Spratlys became under the world, the reports. And after that, the much larger pictures, that means the US-China competitions in economy becomes the big picture of the world security. And South China Sea is one element of these US-China confrontations. But this does not mean that South China Sea is a subject of forgotten. Still, the South China Sea is a key element, especially in the security in this region. And also after 2015 or 16 period, there are some new elements. For example, the COVID-19, Quad, AUKUS, we already discussed, or the latest one is the Europeans' involvement. Some European navies started sending their forces or ships to this area to show their intent to maintain the freedom at sea. So these are the new developments after the 2015. So when I take those elements into account, there are several things I can stress. And one condition elements we need to understand is the Chinese still ongoing effort to modernize its navies. China has been building its robust naval forces, including the series of construction of carriers, the very large missile destroyers and large destroyers, very capable frigates, and the larger replenishment tanker at sea, and also submarine forces. And those very modern and robust Chinese naval forces are supported by Chinese other branch of militaries, especially the rocket forces, and some intel and the high-tech support forces that would try to control the new domains like space, cyber, and other areas. So the rapid and jump increase of the Chinese naval capabilities and other military capabilities would be the primary elements when we consider the security in the South China Sea. And in South China Sea, there have been the three major elements. One is the Chinese unilateral and self-righteous claim of the major part of the South China Sea covered or surrounded by so-called 9-dash line. This is already discussed, so I'll skip here. But the second subject is the territorial disputes among the maritime features. Sometimes we used to call some of those maritime features as island. But 2016, the PCA rulings prevent us, I think, from calling those objects not calling islands, but so we'll call them as a maritime features. but coral atolls or reefs, sandbars, and rocks. There are many territorial disputes among the coastal nations and China. And this is the second element. And the third element is the free use of the high sea. And those three major elements are not independent. Those three elements interrelate each other. For example, China says 9-dash line is my water, as if it were the Chinese territorial waters, where Chinese domestic law would be in effect. So this has the direct impact of the free use of the sea or territorial disputes. And territorial disputes say, what's the definition of the territorial sea? There are so many disagreements between the disputing countries. And free use of the sea, high sea, where are the high seas? And what are the rules in the EEZs? There are no common agreements. So this really complicates the nation's effort to solve and settle the issues. So for sure, these problems, three major problems in South China Sea remains unsolved, even after next 10 or 1 decade or 2 decades or so. But anyway, we need to pay largest attention. And one other thing is Japan or the US or India is not an outsider of the South China Sea issues, because South China Sea is a sea for not only the coastal nations or China. South China Sea is the sea for all, everybody. As long as there are some areas of high seas. So we are free to use that one. And we have to maintain the rights of the use of the high seas. And US, I'd say for last 200 years, Japan, after its modernization, 150 years, has been operating in South China Sea. This is not a new thing. And UK, for example, hundreds of years ago. So high sea or freedom of sea or high sea should be recognized and maintained, and should be the common principle of the world nations, including the ASEANs or China. And the two other things, one is the COC. This is also discussed, but when the ASEAN nations are trying to formulate COC, there should be two principles that should be taken into account. One is the fundamental thoughts of the COC should be in full compliance of the UNCLOS. Because sailors are very simple brain persons, easygoing persons. So sailors do not want to have many different rules at sea. Today, sailor is able to make their lives only knowing three rules. One is the UNCLOS, second is the rule of the road, and third is the safety. But we do not want any other different rules specific to certain areas. And the second thing is, if the COC is a rule, try to exclude the geo-outsiders like the US or Japan or India. We do not agree with that. Those are the basic two principles should be incorporated into the formulation of the COC. And could you put my slide on? And one last thing is, the geography of the South China Sea. We need to be careful. We tend to see the South China Sea only from the inside, but we also need to have a view from the outside. And when we combine two views together, we see some specific features of the South China Sea. Says, issue of the South China Sea is the choke points. Taiwan and Philippines, there is a Bashi Strait, and south of the Mindanao Strait, those are the strait deep enough, and Lombok Strait. Those are the outer choke points good for submarine operations. And there are 3 internal choke points in between Philippines and Indonesia and Malaysia, and also the Indonesian archipelago, 2 choke points. And key thing is for security or even the commercial passage, who controls? Of course, everybody should have the rights to use those choke points freely. But this could be the serious focal point in the future security of the region. So when we discuss the security, especially the security of the South China Sea, or even the security of Indo-Pacific area, who controls the area, especially the choke points. And choke points are not under the control of US or China. ASEAN nations and Taiwan are the nations to control those choke points. So we need to take this fact into account. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Koda. Very much to the point. I really appreciate when we have some maps like this, so we put that spot on the issue. Last but not least, we have Professor Stephen Nagi, who is a senior fellow at McDonald-Laurier Institute and a senior associate professor at the Department of Politics, International Studies, International Christian University. He is as well a research fellow at the Canadian Global Affairs Institute and a visiting fellow with the Japan Institute for International Affairs. So you will talk about regionalism with Chinese characteristic versus institution rule-based regionalism. Professor Nagi, the floor is yours. 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you very much to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. It's always wonderful to work with the Academy. The professionalism and empirical way of engaging in research is always refreshing. Thank you. It's always a hard, following Admiral Koda is always a difficult task, but today I'd like to address, I guess, this idea of regionalism with Chinese characteristics versus institution rules-based regionalism, and how competition is shaping regionalism and manifesting as friction rather than cooperation, which was the theme of today's panel. And I want to do this by addressing, I guess, 3 key questions. Is how does China envision the South China Sea and the region in general's evolution to reflect Chinese characteristics? How does that vision reflect Chinese understanding of its national interests? And thirdly, what is the relationship between the US-China strategic competition and China's vision for the region? I've structured my talking points using these, I think, 3 questions, because I think it's very critical for us to understand how China really envisions the region evolving moving forward. And I think it's quite simple. If we look at the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence that for decades leaders have talked about in terms from China, they stress that China has a strong preference for bilateral, non-legalistic approaches to dealing with challenges between states. And in particular, when we look at the South China Sea, China has a strong preference for bilateral engagements with its partners, non-legalistic approaches to solving territorial disputes. And this is fundamentally, I think, incompatible with an institutional rules-based regionalism favored by the stakeholders within the region. Former Prime Minister Rudd this morning in his opening speech stressed this in the shift of our Chinese friends away from a more conflictual approach in the South China Sea to focusing on bilateral cooperations with each of the claimants within the South China Sea. And this is intentional. By forming stronger bilateral relations and engaging in joint resource exploitation within the region, it creates challenges in terms of ASEAN moving forward as a coherent institution that can really have consensus on a code of conduct within the region. And this is, I think, really how we can understand regionalism with Chinese characteristics, is this focus on bilateralism, focus on non-legalistic approaches to dealing with challenges within the region. And I think that this creates challenges for dealing with the challenges within this region. As Admiral Koda suggested, the stakeholders within the South China Sea are not just the ASEAN members in China. The stakeholders include any country that is involved in using sea lines of communication for the transport and import of goods, energy resources. That includes Japan, South Korea, Australia, Canada, and many other countries. We all have a stake within the region because what happens in the region affects our economies and affects how we engage in trade and diplomacy within the region. In terms of my second point is, how does this reflect China's understanding of its national interests? Clearly, China understands its national interests to be prioritized through forming strong bilateral relations within the region, ensuring that blocs don't emerge within the region that can act as a balancing mechanism. And here, I think that China has a strong national interest in ensuring that ASEAN does not work, the ASEAN consensus decision-making process does not work on issues that are sensitive to China. And as a result, it continues to practice what I call divisionism or fractionalism on issues that are sensitive to China's security. The last question that I want to address was, what is the relationship between the US-China strategic competition and China's vision for the region? Well, quite simply, China understands the South China Sea to be its backyard, and the United States, and I think like-minded stakeholders within the region, understand the South China Sea to be international waters that are meant to be governed by international law through legalistic approaches to understanding how the region should be governed. And with that, there's a fundamental division or divide between the interests of the United States and the interests of China, and frankly, the interests of other stakeholders within the region, including Southeast Asian countries, as well as extra-regional players. On a positive note, because this conference is very much about sending a positive note, I think that the response to the competition within the region has really brought together a complex and comprehensive approach to try and multilateralize and internationalize the South China Sea challenges in the region. And I call this a layered approach to building institutions within the region. We've seen Japan, Australia, India, the United States, the EU adopting Indo-Pacific visions or strategies or guidelines, which at the heart of these strategies is focusing on rule of law, transparency, building institutions that will govern how the region manages challenges such as challenges within the South China Sea. In this layering process, what we see is the stakeholders not only choosing a security approach to institutionalizing the region, importantly, they're taking a trade approach, a diplomatic approach, developmental approach. And all of these are meant to strengthen the strategic autonomy of Southeast Asian countries. On the trade front, we see the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership as bringing critical stakeholders within the region. And those stakeholders will be vested in ensuring that the South China Sea is governed by international law and a shared understanding of how to behave within the region. With the various Indo-Pacific strategies, they're also investing in infrastructure connectivity to help build the capacities, the intra-ASEAN integration, so ASEAN can function with more strategic autonomy in terms of choices on how it manages the challenges of the South China Sea. This could include a joint code of conduct of how to engage in the South China Sea. But this is critical. By strengthening Southeast Asia's integration or intra-ASEAN integration, they can function in a much more coherent and again, strategically autonomous manner. Diplomatically, we see growing investment within the region. And as our previous speaker mentioned, there's investment in the Quad and AUKUS. AUKUS as a deterrence mechanism, but AUKUS as a long-term anchoring of the United States, the UK, and Australia into the Indo-Pacific region, which includes the South China Sea. By anchoring the United States within the region, we do have a balancing mechanism to deal with the largest of China and its asymmetric power differences with Southeast Asian countries. Lastly, I'd like to focus on this aspect of diplomacy. And today's conference is very much about diplomacy, providing an opportunity for the stakeholders within the region to discuss the South China Sea, discuss positive aspects of how the region can develop and how to develop and deal with the challenges within the region. Dialogue with all my colleagues on the panel really reflects an important step in building shared understanding, talking about the issues within the South China Sea and the Indo-Pacific broadly, and what are the potential crosswalks in terms of cooperation moving forward. Here, I'd like to go back to my final point is that this multi-layered process of institution building within the Indo-Pacific using trade pillars, security pillars, developmental pillars, and lastly, an investment in diplomacy within the region will be critical for the region to continue to deal with the challenges of territorial disputes within the region and finding possible avenues for cooperation, but also bolstering and investing in international law. So it's international law governing the disputes within the region rather than Machiavellian might is right approach to dealing with challenges within the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nagi. Very good, very on time. So now we have half an hour, 30 minutes of Q&A. I'm sure there are a lot of questions that you have in your mind, but we received already something online. So while you're thinking about other questions, and maybe I will start with some of the questions we received. One is for Mr. Min Long, is to Derek Grossman, and China and the Philippines are finalizing steps to jointly exploit oil and gas in contested waters in the South China Sea. Could you comment on this move and the potential trend of joint development between China and other individual ASEAN countries?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So that's been ongoing for a while. And there has been no successful conclusion to it because China and the Philippines have disputed claims in the exact waters that they would do a joint exploration in. So what has happened is they always talk about the potential for joint exploration, but when you kind of, so that's at the very kind of superficial level. But when you peel away the layers of the onion, it quickly becomes clear that the details are difficult to determine without knowing who first has sovereignty over the region, and therefore who is going to lead the exploration, who is going to allow the other country into their region. Okay, so Duterte came into office in 2016, kind of riding high on a pro-China policy, and a big part of that pro-China policy was to get a joint exploration expedition into place, and it hasn't happened. And now keep in mind that he is, at least in recent memory, the most anti-American and pro-Chinese Philippine president, and he still couldn't pull that off. So it's hard to envision how a future Philippine leader figures that out without recognizing or at least acknowledging China's sovereignty over the South China Sea, the disputed areas in South China Sea or West Philippine Sea.
Thank you so much. The floor is open, of course, for questions, but I have a couple of others. Yeah, someone read it. Captain Shishen Tian, you raised hand, you want the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my questions. Just a short comment within 1 minute. I think many speakers focus on China, so I have only one short remark. In the history, there have been rivalry relationship between UK and France, Germany and France, Sweden and Denmark, but finally they achieved permanent peace with prosperity. There are differences between and among China and its South China Sea neighbors. However, maritime neighborhood is a shared and unchangeable identity among China and ASEAN countries, individually or as a whole. A lasting peace, stability, and common prosperity is the only common destiny for China and ASEAN countries. I understand that for the purpose of a big power competition, the US want to describe the situation in the South China Sea as worst as possible, to describe China as threatening and dangerous as possible, so that there is a reason for their presence or involvement. In the worst scenario, if armed conflict arises, other outside stakeholders could fight and leave. Whatever aftermath and consequences would only be left for regional countries to swallow. We have seen the tragedy of Korean War, Vietnam War, and Afghanistan War. the regional countries with common neighborhood identity would not want to see any of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I invite those who want to intervene to make questions, please, not just to make only comments. Another question I have to Mr. Ledugan. China may be leading on all fronts in remote sensing system in the South China Sea, from undersea to the water surface, air and space, include China Maritime Survey Fleet. Although China says it serves their civil purposes, it thinks that it affects on military, how ASEAN and other nations should respond to it. So any one of the panelists who want to say something, maybe some Admiral is better placed than others to respond on this, I think, but I mean, feel free to respond if any panelist wants to say something.
Yeah, so perhaps I am the first person to make some comment. You know, every nation or every military in today's operational environment, so surveillance and reconnaissance and intel collections are the key for the successful operations, even in peacetime. So it's natural for China or any other countries to allocate a certain amount of resources in this area. And key is how to use. And the Chinese may not agree with me, but you know, Chinese ambiguity, both in policy and operations of the new domain areas, really causes some of our concerns. Say China says, okay, this is for the underwater natural resource surveillance. But at the same time, those data or intelligence could be used for other purposes like the military. So there should be some, you know, the clear transparency in the Chinese maneuvers. And most of the questions we have today is basically in this regard. So the more transparency in China's side will be desirable and necessary. And in that context, you know, China may say the same is true in the democratic nations. No, because under the legislation, every military in democratized nations are strictly binded by the domestic regulations how to use those intelligences. So there are a clear demarcation between the democratic nations and totalitarian nations. That's my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Admiral. So before opening the floor here in the room, just the last question. Dr. Ding Duo wants to reply. Dr. Ding, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to make some response to Mr. Grossman. And in his presentation, he mentioned some unilateral activities, some of from the Chinese side and some from the other coastal states side. But in my view, that such kind of activities, no matter which countries it is, whether it's unilateral activity itself or countermeasures activity itself, it reflects a fact that the relevant disputes in the South China Sea have not been resolved as a matter of international law and as a matter of state practice. That is the territorial disputes and the maritime delimitation disputes. And no matter how the arbitration award is determined, and this is quite similar with the disputes between Great Britain and the Mauritius. And before the disputes resolved, the states concerned should take several measures. From my view, the first level is to avoid escalation of disputes and avoid serious maritime conflicts. And the second is not to hype individual isolated incident and to control maritime crisis and their possible negative effects. And the third level is to shift attention from disputes to maritime cooperation, which can be functional cooperation in low sensitive areas. But the most important thing, I think, is an objective and rational understanding of the South China Sea issue. First, the disputes cannot be resolved in a short period and is quite complex and sensitive. And relying on a third-party compulsory settlement or just compel China to accept the arbitral ruling is not an appropriate way to solve the disputes. And the second, competition among major powers, armed races, and the intervention of external forces have not played a constructive role in the peace and stability of the South China Sea. On the contrary, these factors will make the security situation in the South China Sea more complicated and also affect the centrality of ASEAN and its own unity. And the third is the party must have determination and the confidence to jointly maintain the peace and the stability of the South China Sea. This requires political wisdom and the self-restraint of all countries, not only China. The dispute issue is not entire relationship of the China and ASEAN countries involved. And the maintaining peace of stability in the South China Sea is not solely responsibility of China alone. If the situation on the South China Sea becomes chaotic, and the biggest victims will be the coastal states, not America, not Japan. They might be indirectly influenced, but they will be not the biggest victims. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ding. You mentioning the idea of mechanism to prevent incidents. So I have a question from one of the Young Leaders Program, Boho Han Han.
Respond to that since he critiqued my presentation. I'll be brief.
Yes, but try to be brief because we have a lot of stakeholders, so it cannot be just among two. So please, just very briefly, yes.
And I think having these types of conferences, this is the exact reason, so that we can have a frank exchange of views. And I, respect your viewpoint, but I respectfully also disagree. And there are numerous reasons for that, but suffice it to say that I find it highly odd that China would consistently say it upholds a rules-based order, but yet when the ruling came down in 2016, against China decided to essentially say, well, we don't agree with it and we're just going to do whatever we want. So therein lies a huge contradiction that I think Beijing has not been able to really reconcile. And one other point, there's a lot of other points, but one other point is that regardless of the legality, who owns what in the region, right? China is not respecting its neighbors when it comes to the South China Sea by using gray zone operations, for example, using Chinese fishing militia to surround and intimidate an inhabited island that the Philippines has de facto administration over, for example, right? So this type of behavior is something that I think the Biden administration and administrations before were trying to push back against. But it's not just military. As I said, military is an important ingredient, but there's also political and economic and other components to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was mentioning the mechanism. So we have an interesting question from one of the young leader, Boho Hanan. A question for Dr. Banari Chang. There is an argument that DOC was a failure due to its lack of efficacy. What is your opinion about this? And can we learn from the DOC to promote a more substantive and effective code of conduct?
Thank you for the questions. Different country may assess the achievement of the DOC in different way, but look at the fact on the ground, it means that DOC has not been effectively entirely implemented on the ground.
So who should be blamed? I think just look at the facts on the ground. So learning from that, I think the code of conduct need to have a more effective and comprehensive enforcement mechanism, and also kind of monitoring and assessment mechanism in order to shape the behavior. It's about norms and rules are used to shape the behavior of the state in the South China Sea so that peace and stability can be sustained. So that is an expectation of the COC, is the enforcement kind of mechanism of the commitments that they have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to open the floor here in the room, so to hear if we have any questions from the room here. Who's the icebreaker? Don't be shy. Well, if not, we still have some questions, so we go ahead with the other ones. So, Nyok, sorry. Professor Nagi, want to say something?
Yes, there was a question in the text box, and it's from Li Hong, and she asked, now we see the Quad and AUKUS and other potential initiatives in the Indo-Pacific. And she writes, this means that there'll be more players in the South China Sea. Do you think this will make the South China Sea issue more complicated? Or are these initiatives, or how can these initiatives coordinate to have all claimants, particularly China, practice restraint in the South China Sea? So in my view, I think that bringing more stakeholders into the region gives Southeast Asian countries or ASEAN more partners to work with to strengthen their strategic autonomy. And that means to make choices and to cooperate in ways that they may not be able to if they are divided. And I think that whether it's the Quad, and I think the Quad is really fundamentally shifted towards the provision of public goods to the region, that means that those public goods can be provided to strengthen the intra-ASEAN integration. And the more integrated ASEAN is, my view is they'll probably approach issues in a much more coherent and way. And that means, likely taking a similar position on a code of conduct in the South China Sea or how to manage their bilateral relations with China. Again, I'd love to hear our other participants discuss this as well. AUKUS is more sensitive, and I think it was Dr. Ding mentioned this, that certain stakeholders such as Viet Nam or Singapore may welcome AUKUS, where others are more hesitant about AUKUS, potentially nuclearizing the region. But again, bringing in more institutions into the region and more stakeholders means that ASEAN has more choices and more potential partners to deal with some of the challenges within the region. So it does become more complicated, but again, it gives weaker states more choices, more resources, so that they can have they can deal with the asymmetry that exists between China and Southeast Asia. Again, I'd love to hear the voices of Admiral Koda or Dr. Grossman or Dr. Ding and our other participants as well.
Thank you, Professor, for your reply. If anyone else is interested, any of the panelists want to step in, more than happy to listen. Any panelists wishes to make any comments?
Yeah, okay. May I? May I?
Yes, Admiral Koda, please.
Yeah, they say I was pointed, fingered out. So just a quick comment on AUKUS. I think the US, especially US and Australia, needs to make more positive approach to ASEAN nations to explain what that is, what are the aims, how they operate, what's the role in maintaining and securing the stability of the region. AUKUS still needs a lot of businesses to do to have the ASEAN nations understand the real nature and objectives. If the US and Australia, and perhaps UK, fail to establish this objective, AUKUS will be just the dragging things, not the accelerating things. This is my the short comment as an allied friend to Americans and Australians. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral.
Can I just
Anyone else? Yes,
very
please.
So, because I did mention Quad in my talk, but I didn't mention AUKUS. Well, let me just say that when we see these types of extra regional activities, whether Quad, AUKUS, or other things, it signals to me that the extra regional countries don't quite think that ASEAN, I'm going to be very frank on this, don't think that ASEAN is getting the job done, right? And so these countries now outside of the region need to take it upon themselves to get that job done, all right? So the Quad is underscoring the need for a rules-based international order. And the Quad has signaled a willingness to work together, either directly or indirectly, on China-related issues. And AUKUS, everyone calls it a military alliance. It's not, okay? It is a defense agreement, all right, to work on the nuclear-powered submarines for Australia, but also a host of other things that may come in the future to improve interoperability between the US, UK, and the US, or US, UK, and Australia, all right? Implicitly, that is also against China. So this is, by the way, I'm not someone who's out there saying all of this is great, because I don't want to see conflict in the region. I think that increasing militarization, frankly, is bad for the region. So I would like to see other approaches adopted in the future. But ASEAN really needs to get its act together to figure this out. Otherwise, other countries are going to say, well, we're just going to protect our own interests and you're going to have to follow along.
Thank you so much. Now we have another interesting question by Zialok. So will the current US presence in the South China Sea make the situation in the South China Sea even more tense, or is it necessary to create a balance in this area? This is not a very easy one, but I think very interesting. So who wants to step in to start replying to this? No one of the panelists wants to try this one?
Can you clarify the East China Sea as the name for how Vietnam describes the South China Sea, or are you talking about the East China Sea in terms of the Senkaku Islands?
No, it's the South China Sea. East Sea here in Vietnam is South China Sea.
All right, I wanted to clarify that.
So you want to reply? Dr. Ding? Dr. Ding? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And from my view, the military presence of the South China, of the United States in the South China Sea objectively intensify the tension of this region, because the military competition between China and the United States, not in this region, but also in the West Pacific, in a much larger scale, can be influence the security situation of the West Pacific. That's my opinion here.
Thank you. Any other panelists?
So I'll just step in. I think that, in fact, I would agree with Dr. Ding. It complicates the situation in the South China Sea because it's not accompanied by a trade footprint and a bigger diplomatic footprint. To bring real stability to the region, it's not just going to be a military presence, it's going to require a comprehensive engagement within the region. And this is perhaps China's strength in terms of signing the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, forming strong bilateral relations with Southeast Asian countries, and using the BRI to extend influence within the region. I think if the United States and outside extra-regional partners and players would like to bring stability to the region, it can't just be through a security footprint. It has to be a comprehensive diplomatic, economic, and security approach to the region. So in this sense, I would agree with Dr. Ding. It's not enough just to have a military presence. We need that comprehensive approach.
Thank you. Admiral Koda, you want the floor?
Yes, that's correct. You know, I think the general thoughts, I agree with both the speakers, but at the same time, you know, the reality is a little different. Say China is making a kind of the self-righteous maneuver in South China Sea, you know, backed by its military power. And also as I'm repeating, but South China Sea is not the local water that simply belongs to the coastal nations and China. No, that's the high seas. Nothing different from Atlantic Ocean or Indian Ocean or any other smaller seas with the high seas. So every nation should have the freedom to operate anything under the UNCLOS. So this principle should be maintained. And so say simply, you know, pointing out the US and you are the nations who making the trouble in South China Sea. It's not the fundamental objective of the UNCLOS, you know. Every nation has the freedom to do so. So that's my point.
Thank you so much. I have another interesting question by T. Trin to Mr. Derek Grossman. If China and US succeed in managing their competitive relation after this US-China virtual summit in November, will there be any implication for South China Sea dispute and ASEAN countries as a whole?
Thanks. Yeah, I think I mentioned that in my remarks, although very briefly. So we now, you know, the Biden-Xi summit was a couple of days ago now. And we have a readout from both the Chinese and the US side. And a lot of it was frankly agreeing to disagree. Not really many deliverables. I mean, I think relaxation of visas was one, but you know, nothing really sort of headlining that you would say, oh, this is great. The two sides are now in agreement on something pretty major here. South China Sea certainly was not one of those items. And so, you know, unfortunately, I think that we are in this strategic competition for the long haul. I think it was encouraging, though, to see that President Biden had said that you know, he reiterated what his Deputy Secretary of State had said a number of months ago, that there should be guardrails, quote unquote, in the relationship. So, you know, extreme competition is what he talked about earlier in the year, but certainly we don't want extreme competition to completely spiral out of control. And I don't think China wants that either. So at least from that kind of very general level, that's a positive thing if we're looking for positive things in this conference.
Thank you, Derek. Very, very good. Positive news. So, Dr. Yang Yan, you asked for the floor. You want to have a question, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I comment on the previous discussions? Yes. Well, basically, I have 2 points. First one is regarding maritime militia that one speaker mentioned just now. I personally, I do know that under the Chinese national defense law, maritime militia is a part of China's armed force. And yet I do aware that many of the stories of the Chinese maritime militia in the South China Sea are fake stories. And I think that making up those fake stories will only stirring up the tension in the South China Sea. For example, I don't think that China's maritime militia has inhabited any of the Philippines occupied features in the Spratleys. I think that's most of them are fake news. Also regarding the Chinese, the CCG, the Chinese Coast Guard, I think that like the US Coast Guard and many other maritime law enforcement agencies in the countries, the Chinese CCG is both an administrative law enforcement agency and an armed force. And I think that the US Coast Guard is having the same dual role. It is both a branch of the US Armed Forces and the largest and most advanced maritime law enforcement forces in the whole world. And also the provisions of China's Coast Guard law regarding the use of force and use of police equipments and weapons neither violate the rules of international law nor exist current state practices. And also since its entry into force since this February.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Sorry, can you please, because we have just 1 minute, can you go to your question, please?
Okay, I have only just 2 comments to the previous discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So we have the,
can I
maybe the last question, if we have any here.
okay, I think she was referring to my presentation.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I may just say
When
very,
last comment.
I never said that China was using fishing militia to take over features. I never said that. They established a de facto operating presence. So it's essentially winning without firing a shot. That's the definition of gray zone operations, which kind of instills in the minds of others that they've lost. All right, and that's what China also did at Scarborough Shoal.
Okay, thank you for this this comment to the comment. Anyone else? Yes, Professor Nagi still.
I just want to comment on the Chinese Coast Guard law and why it is quite destabilizing for the South China Sea and the East China Sea. Frankly, it allows the Chinese Coast Guard to use force in areas that really are under the administrative control of other countries. So if we're talking about the East China Sea, of course, we're talking about the Senkaku Islands, which by international law are strongly suggest that it's under Japanese administrative control. So it's an extent of domestic law into the international, into the sovereign territory of another state. And arguably this can be used in the South China Sea as well, using the Chinese logic in terms of their claims in the 9-dash line area. So this is highly destabilizing, and I think that we really need to reflect upon how the adoption of this Coast Guard law in January 2021 really creates challenges in terms of how states respond to Coast Guard. How do they manage the use of force in their waters by a Coast Guard vessel? And I think this is highly destabilizing, and it's something that we should be discussing because it has potential to spiral into a conflict within the region. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. I think we are, well, time now is over. So I want to thank all the speakers. Please just join me with a very nice round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. You had some good news, some less good news, but I think it was very good exchange of views among different people. So I think it was very useful and successful. Thank you so much again. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Okay, before we move on, I would like to make 3 reminders, very small reminders. The first one is that we have some snacks and coffee serving outside. So feel free to get yourself a cup of coffee and get some refreshment. The second reminder is that for our online participants, for our online delegates, when you submit the questions in the Q&A box, please clearly indicate your name, your affiliations, or your countries. That way we can assure that we will not miss any questions, and also the moderator and the caretaker can notice your questions faster. And the third one is that for this year conference, we are going to have the live commentary sessions for the first time ever. The first commentary will be at 1 p.m. conducted by Dr. Viet Nam from the DAV and Professor Lê Văn Cương, former directors of the Institutes for Public Security Study in Vietnam. It's at 1 p.m. So feel free to go back to the room at 1 p.m. or attend the virtual room at 1 p.m. for the live commentary. And with that, I would like to move on to session 2. 30 years after the Cold War is another one brewing, and how to prevent one from breaking into conflict. And for these sessions, it is our honor to have Her Excellency Ambassador Elsbeth Ackerman from the Embassies of Netherlands in Vietnam as the moderator, and Dr. Viet Nam, who is our host for the first live commentary, as the caretaker. So please take it away.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and a very early morning to some of the speakers, I guess. Thank you very much for joining us. In this session, we will hear different perspectives on the daunting question, whether or not we are in the upshot to another Cold War. Every speaker in this session has a unique understanding of the perspectives, motives, and ambitions of international, regional, and national stakeholders that are part of the global landscape, the multilateral system, and the Indo-Pacific and the South China Sea in particular. They will share with us their insights on potential frictions, and they will suggest instruments to prevent or resolve them. Thus, they will help us better understand how to manage a situation that is potentially cold, turning to potentially hot. I would like to thank the Diplomatic Academy for your leadership in addressing this very complex issue. I think it's exemplary for the constructive and proactive role that Vietnam is taking in this issue of interest of so many. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, allow me to remind both speakers and members of the audience that we only have 1.5 hours for a topic on which we could dialogue days. And that as your moderator, I also have the ungrateful task to be your time manager as well. So please forgive me in advance. So with further ado, and not entirely according to the paper program that is in front of you, I would like to first give the floor to Ambassador Bilahari Kausikan, former permanent secretary of the Singaporean Ministry of Foreign Affairs and chairman of the Middle East Institute of the National University of Singapore. Mr. Kausikan, you will reflect on some scenarios involving the South China Sea to illustrate that the US-China competition is not a Cold War, but far from easy. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, let me apologize because I have to leave at, say, 12:10 sharp for another appointment. So I'll be very brief and direct to the point. I think we are undoubtedly in a phase of intense US-China competition. I do not think that the recent summit between, a virtual summit between President Biden and President Xi is going to fundamentally change the trajectory of US-China relations. What they said is what one expects them to say at the first meeting, and it's entirely unrealistic to think that one summit meeting will fundamentally change things. Although we are certainly in a phase of intense competition between US and China, I think it is wrong to characterize this, as so many people have unfortunately done so, as a new Cold War. It is not a new Cold War, and to use the trope of a new Cold War to describe US-China competition is intellectually lazy and in fact misleading. Why do I say this? If you cast your mind back to the period of US-Soviet competition, you will see it is fundamentally different. The US and the Soviet Union led two different systems, and their competition was to see which system would prevail. By contrast, the US and China are both vital, irreplaceable components of a single system, connected to each other and to other parts of this system, other economies of this single global system, by supply chains of a density, of a complexity, and of a scope that is unprecedented in history. Supply chains of this nature have never before existed. And this is a fundamental difference. They compete within this single system to see who will dominate it. Competition between systems is not the same as competition within a system. And that is why the trope of a new Cold War is inappropriate. It doesn't mean that competition is any less intense, but it is much more complex. Let me give you two quick examples to illustrate the complexity. I think we all know that semiconductors have emerged as a serious Chinese vulnerability. The Chinese have been trying to build and manufacture high-end semiconductors for quite a long time, but without any appreciable success so far. And I think it's going to be very difficult for them to do so, because the semiconductor supply chain is one of the most complex supply chains that exists. And very vital nodes in this supply chain, certain kinds of machine tools, certain kinds of materials are held by the US or its allies. Our moderator is from Holland, and the Netherlands certainly controls one of a very vital node in this semiconductor supply chain, without which it is practically impossible to manufacture high-end semiconductors. At the same time, I think we should note that China is about 40% of the world semiconductor market. And it is not possible for the US, much as it may like to do so, to cut off its own companies and the companies of its friends and allies from 40% of a world market without doing grievous damage to its own companies or the companies of its friends and allies. So I think you see the complication. So the complexity of the relationship between the US and China is both an instrument of competition and in a way, conditions and limits that competition, or makes it at least more complicated. Let me give you an example related directly to the South China Sea. China often says that it is not interfering with freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. That is a rather disingenuous argument, because there is a fundamental difference between freedom of navigation enjoyed by all as a right enshrined in international law and freedom of navigation conferred as a favor or by a major power. But it is nonetheless not entirely wrong, in the sense that I don't think China has, at least not to my knowledge, interfered with merchant traffic. The pressures it has deployed in the South China Sea are certainly against the weaker powers, the weaker claimant states, and dangerous incidents between the US and China have been rather infrequent. And I think this is the reason for this is quite obvious, because China is dependent on those trade routes, and if it were to get into a confrontation over those trade routes with a major power like the United States, it will hurt itself as well as other countries. Now, I don't think that war by design between the US and China is very likely. Of course, in any system of sovereign states, you can never discount the possibility of competition turning into conflict. But I stress the point, war by design. In other words, war or conflict as an instrument of policy. Insofar as China has been provocative, it has been against weaker states. And as I said, dangerous incidents involving the US and China have been, to my mind, rather infrequent. I doubt, of course, accidents can always happen. And when I think President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken talked about putting guardrails on the competition, that is what they meant, to try to lower the probability of accidents. I think actually, if accidents should happen, both sides will try their best to try and contain accidents. The danger of conflict is not between the US and China in the South China Sea, but between China and the claimant states, all of which are weaker than China. I'll end here and turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kausikan, for these very interesting insights. Bearing in mind that you will have to leave before this, the panelist sessions and interventions, and if there are any questions for Mr. Kausikan, please let us know, and we will try to accommodate them in between the upcoming presentations. So having said that, let me please turn to Dr. Zach Cooper, Senior Fellow of the American Enterprise Institute. Sir, it must be pretty early for you. I understood that you will reflect on the drivers of current international relations and how they may play out in topical or interstate coalitions. The floor is yours.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. It's great to be here with all of you. I wish I could be there in person. And like Bill Hari, unfortunately, I have a hard stop at about 12:10, 12:15. So I'll be very brief. But what I want to talk through is actually something very similar to what Bill Hari said, which is I don't think the Cold War is a good comparison for what's happening right now with the US and China. And let me build on what he said by arguing that actually, if you look back at the Cold War, especially the Cold War that many Americans think about in Europe, there are huge differences between the current competition we have between the US and China and the old US-Soviet competition. And so let me just lay out a couple of those and explain why I think they're important and why we shouldn't use the Cold War analogy. So first, if you think about the Cold War in Europe, you had two competing blocs, and those blocs were very similar within each one of them. So obviously you had NATO and the Warsaw Pact. NATO tended to be democratic. The Warsaw Pact tended to be socialist or communist. They had two totally different political and economic systems, therefore, and they were differentiated by the blocks that they were in. They also had two very different geographic boundaries, right? They were literally divided by the Iron Curtain, and each of the blocks was worried together about one major military threat. So for NATO, that was an invasion by the Warsaw Pact and the Soviets through the inter-German border. And this motivated not just West Germany, not just France, it motivated the entire NATO alliance. If you look at Asia today, you don't see any of these kinds of similarities. Many of the countries that the US shares many interests with are not democratic. Many of them are not fully capitalist, and almost none of them share the same geographic concerns. So if you think about the countries the US talks about partnering with most often in East Asia, you've got Japan, which is worried most about the East China Sea, South Korea, which is worried most about the Korean Peninsula, Taiwan, which is worried most about the Taiwan Strait, Vietnam, which is worried most about South China Sea issues, especially related to the paracels. The Philippines worried most about issues like Scarborough Shoal and the Spratlys. And you can go all the way around to India, which is worried most about its border in the Himalayas. These are totally different geographic concerns, and with countries that have very different political and economic systems. So unlike the Cold War, where you had two relatively cohesive blocs in the European arena, you're not going to get anything like that in Asia over the next few decades. In fact, what I've argued and what I'll just talk about briefly here is that I think you're going to see different coalitions emerge on different issue sets. And I think there are at least four. The four I have in mind are security, economics, technology, and global governance. And I think if you think about how those four lay down over the South China Sea, you'll see that on the South China Sea is absolutely critical on security issues, on economic issues, and on the rules of the road for global governance. So it hits three of the four coalitions. But that doesn't mean that it's easy to build these coalitions. And I think this is where what Bill Hari said is so important. In many ways, this is a much, much more complex system than the one that existed during the Cold War. And I think many Americans, when we default back to this Cold War terminology, we actually oversimplify the current competition, because it's going to be impossible to think about countries aligning in every one of these areas with either the United States or with China. Very few countries are going to do that, maybe only a handful. Most countries are going to be aligned on certain issues and not on others. And when the United States pushes too hard for alignment on all of them, as I think we sometimes have, we're going to see some pretty severe pushback, even from our friends. And so I think what's so challenging about this new dynamic is that many Americans come to this with a Cold War construct, because that's what so much of our history and strategic thought has come out of. But in fact, the new era we're entering is entirely different. And it's one in which we have to be much more flexible and much more nimble. And this requires exceptionally careful policymaking. And I don't think I'm going to shock anyone in the room there by saying that American policymakers are not always exceptionally careful in how they speak and act in the region. And even if we were, this would still be incredibly difficult. So I think when we talk about this Cold War landscape in that way, it actually oversimplifies the challenge that we have, which is much more complex than I think we tend to appreciate. And because time is short, let me just say one more thing, which is the challenge now for the Biden team, I think, is to prioritize not country by country, but actually country by country and coalition by coalition. So does the United States need country X in coalition Y? That is a really hard problem. So, sometimes friends in Southeast Asia say that they don't want to be forced to choose. And I think the United States is going to have to make sure that Southeast Asian friends and others don't feel forced to choose. But when countries have already made a choice, the United States is going to have to do everything it can to get those countries on board with reinforcing the rules that we want to see in the security arena, in the economic arena, in the technology arena, and on global governance. If we can do that, then I think the US is in a very strong position to uphold the parts of the order that are most important and consequential, and in fact, potentially to convince China to moderate its behavior. If the US can't do that, if it can't build these coalitions, I think this is going to be incredibly difficult. And too often the United States has approached this in an overly unilateral manner. So let me hand it back and just be very brief, but looking forward to the discussion from everyone here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Cooper. And it seems that of the 5 speakers that we have, there are now 2 that tend to say a hard no to the question that is at the base of this session. And thank you very much for pointing out that we should never, ever in international relations simplify situations that are complex by nature. Let's see if our next speaker, Dr. Anna Kureva, who is attached to the Department of African and Asia Studies of the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, shares the perspective of the former 2 speakers. Mrs. Kureva, I understand that you will touch upon competing visions for the regional order in the Indo-Pacific, and you will focus especially on Russia's position, and that might, let's say, in the light of the base question of this session, be a very interesting starting point. So thank you, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. That's a great honor for me to be here. For sure, I do agree with the previous speakers that we are not witnessing anything like a Cold War. And I also find it quite misleading to name it this way. And of course, despite a number of attempts by Trump administration to initiate a kind of decoupling from China, it's more likely that we witness a kind of targeted decoupling in specific issue areas that can be regarded as a security concern. They could include telecommunication, artificial intelligence, big data, biotech, and maybe the areas which have been highlighted by COVID-19 pandemic, such as pharmaceutical industry, but it seems really not likely that we are going to witness any real major decoupling that will be somehow reminiscent of the Cold War as well. So as far as competing visions are concerned, it's quite clear that we do have a number of competing visions for the regional order, and probably the first one I would like to touch upon is represented by a China-centric order. And here the Belt and Road Initiative and the Community of Common Destiny for Mankind as a kind of its ideological framework serves clearly a number of economic and geopolitical goals, and probably a final result would be, of course, kind of co-development and joint investment and a lot of cooperation, but also it has been designed to put China at the dominant position in the regional order and restructure the order according to its preferences, including the security aspects, the political aspects, and economic aspects, such as value chains as well. And we can see that asymmetrical economic interdependence that emerges as a result of China's massive investment actually provides China with a huge leverage to at least to make other countries more willing to support its foreign policy and core interests, especially if the countries want to continue receiving the public goods that are provided by China. Clearly, we have alternative visions, and the free and open Indo-Pacific could be considered as such. there are many ideas behind that, but probably we could reflect on the growing interconnectedness of the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, and also the idea, the goal to prevent China from acquiring dominant positions in this particular region. However, we could point out that there are different versions of the Indo-Pacific, clearly, and there is a number of common principles. Most of the countries who envision its share, such as freedom of navigation and overflight, and also probably most states share, or at least favor that the American presence in the region is one of the means to provide a deterrence vis-a-vis China. However, we can clearly see that there are differences between Indo-Pacific strategies and visions for the Indo-Pacific between among different states in the region. So we don't have here a kind of a coherent notion, but there is a number of principles, and it's kind of clear that there are more inclusive versions and less inclusive versions of the Indo-Pacific. As has already been mentioned, regional powers really wouldn't like to choose between the US and China, and Russia would also be the one that wouldn't really like to form a kind of a full-fledged military alliance with China. However, we could say that hedging strategies that used to serve quite well to many of the regional states, they have become increasingly challenged with the rise of US-China strategic competition, and it has become much more difficult to use them. Probably we could describe the regional order as polycentric because there are different centers of power. They are not equal in terms of their capabilities. Also as multiplex, also in many ways pluralistic, but at the same time the order is being contested. And although US and China undoubtedly constitute two major centers of power, there is also a number of other major powers and middle powers which are more or less aligned with some of these powers. But at the same time, even the American allies, and especially non-American allies, they are also aware that they should play their own roles and also have slightly or even more clearly articulated different versions of the Indo-Pacific from the American one. And especially India, although it has developed kind of a profound alignment with the US and Japan, it seems not to be ready to become a full-fledged ally of the United States. And also we do have middle powers. Of course, Japan would be one of the major powers here. Also middle powers such as South Korea, Australia, Indonesia have their own perspectives on the Indo-Pacific, and also emerging middle powers such as Viet Nam, which actually adds to the complexity of this regional order. And the relationship between the states, among the states of the region, could be said to be represented by alliances, alignments, and loose coalitions. These kind of alignments and coalitions, they have been subject to different changes as a consequence of regional dynamics and domestic politics, and probably we are going to see it more or less this way. Such alignments as the Quad and AUKUS also characterize kind of a flexible and issue-based partnerships that are concentrated around a number of common goals and principles. And these dynamics on the one hand make the order contested and thus kind of unstable or not that stable. But on the other hand, it allows for more flexibility, more freedom for maneuver, and greater autonomy for foreign policy decision-making of many of regional states. And here, I think Russia's position is in many ways similar to other major powers, but it's also quite unique. On the one hand, Russia is a great power on the global scale due to its military capabilities. However, in terms of economic and technological power, it clearly falls short of both the United States and China. Geographically, 2/3 of Russia's territory belong to Asia, and Russia is also a Northern Pacific power, which makes Russia one of the regional players as well. However, Russia's actual presence and involvement in the Indo-Pacific is kind of limited. and it falls short of being a formidable economic actor here in the region. For a long time, Russia's policy in the region remained kind of multi-vector or diversified, while strengthening relations with China. Russia at the same time wanted to maintain close relations with other states such as India, Japan, also South Korea. And Russia has always supported the central role of ASEAN and ASEAN centrality. And for a long time, Russia was trying to avoid conflict with the United States in Asia. We can clearly see that Russia's relations with China represent a deeper alignment in the form of strategic partnership, and there is a number of goals that the two share. Of course, a crisis in the relationship between Russia and the United States, and also heightened strategic competition between the US and China, overall prompted the two states to heighten their military cooperation, to take more steps to improve interoperability and broaden cooperation in the strategic sphere. At the same time, Russia and China are not clearly going or ready to enter a full-fledged alliance with security guarantees, as it will hamper their autonomous decision-making. And Russia doesn't really think it's necessary to comply with China's policies in Asia. It retains strategic neutrality in territorial disputes, including the South China Sea. And Russia also values very much its security partnerships with such countries as India and Viet Nam, especially, which are considered very valuable strategic partners. So it is not really going to sacrifice its national interests for the sake of China's. Russia would also like to see the regional order polycentric and not really dominated by any of the major powers. So if we ask why this so, it is because Russia also wants to be one of the centers of power, although in terms of its capabilities in the region, it clearly falls behind other major powers. We can say at the same time that Russia's own strategy has recently been concentrated more on the continental space, the Eurasian space, rather than the maritime one, with this idea of the Greater Eurasian Partnership. And the last point, in order for the escalation of the regional conflicts not to spin out of control, it seems that it's very important to prevent a downslide to kind of a rigid bipolar order that will leave the states no other option than to choose a side, to pick up it very clearly. So it seems that supporting connections and loose coalitions between the powers that would like to see inclusive Indo-Pacific could be a step in the right direction. Even if the states cannot really agree upon the rules of the game, at least discussing principles and norms guiding the regional order should be very important. And supporting multilateral institutions, especially the ASEAN-centric one, is also one of the ways forward here. The last thing, I think that Russia has clearly the potential to play a role here with its capabilities in terms of maritime security and also non-traditional security threats, and could serve a kind of a bridge to connect the Indo-Pacific with the Arctic and Eurasia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was really very insightful, and I applaud you for almost keeping it within the 10 minutes. It's probably so that you will receive a number of questions, and thank you very much for highlighting, let's say, the Russian perspective of this relation of competition that we see from a global perspective and also in this region. Let me move on to the next speaker in our esteemed panel, Dr. Sushan Liu, postdoctoral fellow of the Brookings Institution, where she focuses her research on Chinese foreign policy, especially crisis behavior and decision-making, maritime security in the Indo-Pacific, and the United States relationship with Asia. Dr. Liu, you will, in your address, focus on the role of ASEAN. And the floor is now yours.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great honor to be on this panel with other distinguished co-panelists. Let me share my screen. So can everyone see the screen? Okay, good.
Yes, we can see it.
I will build on the insights of my co-panelists in concurring that there are a lot of countries that do not closely or perfectly align with want to choose sides between the United States and China. So here I would chime in from perspective of build back the buffer by empowering ASEAN, which is with buttressing from other middle players to prevent hot conflict and Cold War. So like many of have already been noted by my co-panelists and other distinguished speakers that ASEAN is currently facing the growing U.S.-China strategic competition. It is facing emerging risk of split or even polarization, which in turn could profoundly undermine the institution's traditional role as a geopolitical buffer, because one major lesson that Southeast Asian countries has learned from the Cold War is the split of the region between two blocs, the communist and non-communist blocs during the Cold War, and also a proxy war was fought on the soil of Viet Nam. So in the post-war era, ASEAN has built its strategy. In the post-Cold War era, ASEAN has built its strategy surrounding the so-called this very well-known hedging strategy, or enmeshing, or double binding, or soft balancing, where and such a strategy has really achieved remarkable success in bringing stability and the development to the region, and also won ASEAN the reputation as a middleman, a honest broker, a bridge between the great powers and the geopolitical buffer. But nowadays, as the keynote speech I cited here delivered by Singapore's Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong at the 2019 Shangri-La Dialogue, ASEAN is facing a crisis, institutional crisis that it might be pushed to choose sides between the two major powers, but for smaller countries, it doesn't want to be pressured into choose sides. So I think that brings to the question of ASEAN is facing a daunting task to rebuild and reinforce its role as the geostrategic buffer and amidst the growing competition between the United States and China. And also, I would argue that the best way for ASEAN to help, that's also the best way for ASEAN to help mitigate the growing U.S.-China U.S.-China tensions and prevent hot conflict and new Cold War in the region. Since a lot have been said on the internal side that ASEAN need to strengthen its institutional cohesiveness, unity, and maintain the principle of consensus-built decision-making at a time when consensus and collective neutrality becomes even more difficult to secure. I think I'll address briefly on more on the external side, which will comprise of a multi-pronged approach. On the one hand, in managing its relations with two major powers, the United States and China, ASEAN need to continue to leverage its relations and influence with both countries. And as one of the panelists from the first panel mentioned, ASEAN does enjoy this normative power. And at the same time, ASEAN needs to rally support from other middle players that do share ASEAN's worries and objective of not being pressured into choosing side. So first, in dealing with the two major powers, in terms of dealing with China, on one hand, I think Mr. Derek Grossman mentioned the two incidents, the 2012 Scarborough Shoal standoff and 2014 HD 981 incidents. Actually, a comparison of the two cases shows that China's past behavior really demonstrates that Beijing cares as much about its image of non-belligerency as its reputation, as well as its reputation for itself. And in South China Sea, when Chinese actions are resisted by a concerted ASEAN effort, I was seeing back in 2014, which contrasts the case back in 2012. That ASEAN quickly put out a joint statement expressing its great concern about what was happening in the paracels. Beijing would more likely to modulate its behavior. And according to my conversation with Chinese interlocutors when conducting my research, in the words of one Chinese interlocutor, the ASEAN has long been a showcase of China's naval diplomacy and intention to rise peacefully. So once ASEAN begins to openly criticize China, China will really lose its moral high ground. So So ASEAN does enjoy this moral normative leverage vis-a-vis China, and it needs to continue to meet Chinese oversteps with unity and thereby maintain an effective reputational deterrence. At the same time, I think the ASEAN need to communicate clearly to Beijing when Chinese assertive behavior has helped squander opportunities for relation reparations and provoke Southeast Asian countries to lean further toward the United States. And I think this becomes even more important nowadays for ASEAN to fill this void in issuing such kind of wake-up calls to Beijing, or such kind of warning to Beijing, as it seems that analysts in China are becoming increasingly more reluctant to speak out against Beijing's often self-defeating foreign policy actions, and also criticism from the U.S. side are often viewed with suspicion. So I think that puts ASEAN in a good position to fill this void and issue and warning. Just like people, if you hear criticism from someone you detest, you might not want to take it and view with suspicion. But if it comes from someone that you view as a friend, you might want to take it more seriously. And also, and on the other hand, in ASEAN dealing with the United States, I think ASEAN needs to make clear to Washington that America's pressure for pressuring or treating Southeast Asian countries as instruments or derivatives of competition with China would be met with resistance or even pushback. And since that the 2019 ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific comes as a response and pushback of ASEAN to the US Indo-Pacific strategy came out just 2 weeks before the ASEAN version, ASEAN released its version. And also ASEAN need to encourage the US-led regional groupings like Quad to go beyond the security and military-centric approach and shift toward a greater role in providing public goods and provide attractive alternative to China's economic influence in the region, as already discussed by quite a few of the panelists. And here I would like to toss out some initial steps for tension and risk reduction that ASEAN can try to broker right now. Because as we talk about the principled positions and more strategic issues, I think more actionable policy options need to be tossed out there. I think for ASEAN, it can try to broker a deal, but on one hand, encourage China to make a pledge of not pledging China to.
Dr. Liu, I'm going to advise you that you still have 2 minutes to finalize your presentation. I'm sorry.
I'll wrap up. Okay, I think China can, ASEAN can encourage China to make a pledge of not declaring a South China Sea ADIZ, a pledge of not conducting extra land reclamation and not fielding additional military assets to its land features in Spratly, a pledge of respecting the freedom of navigation for foreign military vessels. And for the United States, I think ASEAN need to encourage it to substantially reduce the FONOPS while making a pledge of not fielding in intermediate range missiles to the first island chain. And these measures does not require, assumes the region will operate under the in the circumstance of trust deficit, but the Biden-Xi virtual summit will open up some transit, a feasible window opportunity. And also none of the commitment is irreversible. So if one side cheat, the other side can almost immediately resume part of or all of the actions. And ASEAN also enjoys presumably the strength in numbers and the moral high grounds for being the weaker or the normative power. And these steps can also be the building blocks toward negotiations on strategic issues such as demilitarizing land features and arms control to be worked out later. I think for middle players, a lot has already been discussed. I think ASEAN need to work with Japan, Australia, EU, and other, as well as other middle powers. But there's one challenge for ASEAN is to convince these players to balance their multilateral approach that seeks to deter China through security coalitions with multilateral diplomacy, intended to increase region resilience and prevent conflict. So I'll stop here. Just look forward to further exchange and discussion in the Q&A.
Thank you, Dr. Liu, and I'm terribly sorry for cutting you short, but there will be a Q&A session afterwards in which we can absolutely continue to discuss about all the good advice that you gave to ASEAN in both its internal as well as its external relations and future engagements. Bearing in mind that Ambassador Kausikan is in a time squeeze, I have a question that he might answer before he needs to step out. It's a question of Chin. Last year, Ambassador Kausikan, you said Southeast Asian countries needed to consider revoking ASEAN membership for Cambodia and Laos for allowing an external power to exert influence on them, a thinly veiled reference to their proximity to China. Do you still keep this idea? Ambassador? I think the ambassador has already left. Well, okay, so we'll find another way of posing this question to him. And then without further ado, let me introduce to you the fifth speaker of this panel, Dr. Sang-Hyun Lee, president of the Sejong Institute in Korea. As I understood, Mr. Lee will reflect on defining factors for the global security landscape, US-China strategic competition, and the way that plays out in the Indo-Pacific, as well as mechanisms to mitigate tensions, manage crises, and engage in tackling global challenges. Mr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Kaman, and I appreciate Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me for this excellent panel. So I'm pretty much in line with the previous commentators that current situation may not exactly be the same as Cold War that we have witnessed in the 20th century. So many speakers already mentioned that US-China is engaged in really serious strategic competition. But I agree that current situation may be much more complex and complicated. But as a regional country, South Korea, I would like to emphasize the point that South Korea feels the impact of US-China competition more seriously. As we know, South Korea is a US ally, but has also a very close economic relationship with China. So if this US-China strategic competition continues in the long time in the future, perhaps South Korea and many other countries that maintains a relationship both US and China may be quite difficult. So we see a serious US-China strategic competition. And on top of that, there are more factors that make the current global situation much more complicated. First of all, we have COVID-19, more than 5 billion people already have died so far. And global economy is not yet fully recovered. And also we see missing global leadership. So I would say that combined effect of all these phenomena is a kind of a systemic fragmentation. Means that current global order is not functioning properly. So with that background, US and China are now engaged in a full strategic competition. We know that US-China strategic competition started with the trade war, but these days US-China is competing in almost every front: values, systems, ideology, everything. And in that competition, Indo-Pacific is emerging as a center of global politics and it is becoming an increasingly important region of the world. So in other words, Indo-Pacific is a main competing ground between, for example, US Indo-Pacific strategy versus China's Belt and Road Initiative. And even we see a Quad plus, and even AUKUS on one side, and China's expanding maritime assertiveness in other sides. And looking at this progress in Indo-Pacific and US-China strategic competition, South Korea is trying to maintain its strategic reaction to this recent development. For example, South Korea's new Southern policy has a close connection with the Indo-Pacific strategy. And in the ROC US summit held in May, both Korea and the United States confirmed that Korea supports ASEAN centrality and ASEAN-led regional architecture. And South Korea agreed to expand the regional coordination on law enforcement, cybersecurity, public health, and promoting a green recovery. And also South Korea explicitly mentioned that we will oppose all activities that undermine or destabilize or threaten the rule-based international order, and commit to maintain an inclusive, free, and open Indo-Pacific. So South Korea pledged to maintain peace and stability, lawful, unimpeded commerce, and respect for international law, including freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea and beyond. So having said that, already many people, many experts are concerned that whether or not this US-China strategic competition may develop into a new Cold War. And as I have said in the beginning, current situation is much more complex, but if we believe US-China continues this strategic competition far longer from now on, perhaps we cannot guarantee the possibility that it will develop into a new Cold War. So then how can we prevent a Cold War turn into a hot one? I would like to point out 3 points. First, it seems to me we need more and more center of gravity besides the US and China in international politics. We can characterize the Cold War was a systematic confrontation between the two hostile camps. So to avoid the recurrence of the Cold War, the world must be prevented from being divided into two hostile camps, which means that we have a third, fourth set of gravity in international politics beside the US and China. Which means that we need a little more multipolar system, which is more needed for the time being than the bipolar system. And in that sense, it is quite important for middle power countries, including ASEAN, to form a third power to buffer the tension in the competition between great powers. Second point, of course, regional stability and security is important. So I would urge US and China has to talk about a crisis management mechanism or sort of a de-escalation procedure. Ideally, US and China should agree to pledge to not unilaterally alter the status quo in Taiwan or South China Sea, and both need more communication channels and mechanisms to avoid conflict, especially in the South China Sea. In these components, already many people indicated that we need a code of conduct. Luckily, in the US-China summit, both countries agreed to the importance of strategic stability among two countries. But I would say that that kind of mechanism, crisis management or de-escalation mechanism, should be expanded to the Indo-Pacific region. And the third point is that then what should we do? Collaborating to fight against the greatest risk of our times. I'll say with many C's: COVID-19, China, carbon, even cybersecurity. So we should expand cooperation in non-traditional security area, such as digital connectivity, trade and economic regional architecture, and also many other issues in the Pacific region. So in that, if we make progress on these issues, perhaps we can avoid current US-China strategic competition develop into a new Cold War. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. That was very interesting. And with that last remark, I see that you have answered one of the questions that was posed online by Leduc Ang, where he referred how can global challenges like COVID-19 influence the current relationship between competing blocs. He's referring to a new Cold War, but I think that almost all speakers underlined that we don't talk about a new Cold War, but something different, more complex, more multi-layered than the Cold War as we know it from before. We have a number of speakers who are in a time frame, and I would love to do them justice as I would like to do you justice. So Mr. Cooper is in a time squeeze, as is Mr. Lee. No questions for them online. If there are questions from the room for either of those two esteemed speakers, I would like to ask you to raise your hand, identify yourself, and pose your question. And please do not be shy, because I think the topics that were handled in this session are interesting enough and elaborated upon enough to be straightforward. Yes, Dr. Sun, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I'd like to pose a question to Dr. Cooper. You talked at length about how different it is, these episodes of geopolitical competitions to the previous Cold War. I wonder if you see similarities, features as well. The arms race, the push and pull of geopolitics. What else do you see as similarities in this geopolitical competition to the previous Cold War that we need to be mindful about? Thank you.
Well, it's a great question. So I do think there are similarities. I do think there are things that we can learn from the Cold War, but we just have to be mindful as we do it that there are real differences as well. So let me just lay out a couple quickly. So one is that if you think about the military balance, look, there's an incredible amount of focus here in Washington on one specific scenario increasingly, which is a crisis over the Taiwan Strait. And that's something similar to the Cold War, right? If you think about the time and effort the United States put in to working with NATO, thinking about an invasion through the Fulda Gap of Western Europe, that really motivated the United States and its allies and partners in that case. And I think we're seeing the United States consolidate around a Taiwan scenario being the most concerning challenge. And just like in that case, the United States had to make some very difficult decisions about where it was going to put its priorities. How much of its resources was it going to devote to Europe? How much was it going to devote in the Middle East, in Asia and elsewhere? And I think we're seeing those same kinds of tensions emerge now. What's really different, however, is that a Taiwan crisis, as I said at the outset, is really not going to involve that many countries, most likely. You know, I've written a bit about the fact that I think if there was an invasion of Taiwan by China, the United States would probably take action, Japan might, and that might be about it. Very different than the kind of scenarios we talked about in the Cold War. So that's one of the big differences. But you know, a similar strategic focus within the United States on one defining scenario, I think, is emerging and really driving a lot of the debate here. The other thing I'll say, and this may be controversial in this group, is that I do think there is a bit of an ideological component to this competition. And I know that that makes friends in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia, a bit uncomfortable. And I don't think it's great for the United States to talk too much about that ideological competition. But I think we have to realize this is nothing like it was during the Cold War. China doesn't have a particularly attractive ideology abroad. And the United States is not at the moment trying to demonstrate that China's form of government is not going to be effective. But I think you've seen in the last couple of years, both the United States and China recognize that it is going to be very, very difficult to have this competition without having an ideological component. And both are talking more and more about why their systems are effective and successful and why they believe their systems are better in the long run. So it's a different kind of ideology than in the Cold War, but it is ideological nonetheless. And I think we'll hear more and more about that over the next few years. And it's why I very much agree with Dr. Lee's comments that, yes, we saw a little bit of an improvement in the tenor of the relationship the last few weeks between the US and China, especially with the Biden-Xi summit. But I think this is more of a short-term improvement, not a long-term one, because these structural problems are still there in the relationship. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cooper. Very insightful. Mr. John Bradford has joined us as a discussant to this session. Mr. Bradford is a senior fellow at the Rajaratnam School of International Studies, and in particular, he is attached to the Maritime Security Program. Mr. Bradford, I would like to invite you to take the floor and reflect on what has been said by the 5 panelists. And while they are still amongst in this panel, would you have any special reflections for Dr. Lee or Dr. Cooper? Please address them, after which we will turn to questions that came in for the other speakers. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for that kind introduction and providing me the opportunity to engage with these esteemed speakers. I think that if I can start off and just look at the question, I think the speakers, especially Ambassador Bilahari, Dr. Cooper, and Professor Kriva, did a great job of explaining why this is not another Cold War. We've only had one Cold War, so it's difficult to call it a typology. But if you were to call it a typology, this really doesn't fit because it's very different. And so therefore, I think I agree with what the speakers have said, that continuing to use those words create intellectual traps where we may have false analogies and intellectual biases. But the second part of the kind of question, and I think it's actually the more interesting one, is how lessons of the Cold War can help us understand and develop better rules and mechanisms. And I think this is important because in many ways, the later parts of the Cold War were relatively well managed by rules and mechanisms. But I'm a bit more pessimistic in this case. So, I mean, if you look at rules, UNCLOS was developed during the Cold War. It is a product of the Cold War. And China agreed to UNCLOS. But as speakers throughout today's panels have shown, in many ways, China is not following those rules. It's disregarded the decisions of the 2016 tribunal. At the moment, it continues to harass the gas development programs of Malaysia and Indonesia. It's a bit ambiguous, but it seems that the new maritime traffic safety laws, domestic legislation that restricts freedom of navigation in the South China Sea in some level. And I'm sure that Chinese speakers, delegates to this conference would point out that they believe those rules are unfair, or they might point at violations that other states make. But what that tells us is that the rules made during the Cold War exist and are helping, but are not being universally followed. I think the mechanism side, crisis management mechanisms, is also very interesting. The common history that we commonly understand about the Cold War is that when the Soviet Navy was on the rise and the United States Navy on the decline in the late 70s, it was Russia that initiated a demand to create INCSI and other mechanisms. In the late 90s, when the Chinese Navy, although not nearly as strong as it is today, started to reemerge, it came and asked for an INCSI. It started in the requests that led to 1998's development of the MMCA. Yet MMCA isn't really working. If you just look at 2020, the U.S. Military counted 9 incidents of unsafe and unprofessional behavior in March through May 2020 alone. And then the United States says that China is not being faithful to the agreement by not going to the December 2020 MMCA agreement. So again, maybe MMCA is not the right fit, but clearly it's not working. And I give a third example, which would be Q's. And the Q's is a post-Cold War development, but it follows a similar trajectory. Q's was an Australian initiative developed in 1999 under French leadership. It went into a full draft by 2004, and it was never fully implemented, although it was endorsed because largely of Chinese restrictions or objections. By 2014, China showed the leadership to turn Q's into a, while not binding, much more authoritative document. Yet, despite Q's, we still have incidents at sea in this region. So I'm fairly pessimistic that new rules or new mechanisms are going to solve this. If they are, they need not to be drawn from the Cold War, but from our current reality. And I think this is where the panels brought the most to the argument. Professor Kriva did a great job of describing the various different coalitions and alignments which are developing. I thought Professor Liu did a good job of talking about how those alignments and coalitions, especially ASEAN, could better leverage their intrinsic strengths to manage crises and develop a more rules-based order. I would also refer to her previous works on the role of non-state and sub-state actors. I think that's invaluable because I think that what we've seen so far is that when states are in control of the situation, they control escalation and de-escalation. We've seen that in the last 15, 20 years, but the problems are encountered when they're hemmed in by non-state actors. And then the last sentence, because I don't want to take too much time, is I just think Dr. Lee did a great job of talking about the value that additional players bring as they stake their interest in the South China Sea. And the question I'd have to everyone, perhaps the folks that are leaving first, is, are there any concerns about the growing internationalization of the South China Sea issue, the growing involvement in statements that are being made by European powers, by Korea, et cetera?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradford, for this reflection on what the panelists brought into the discussion, and also sharing your own perspectives on the current state of play. We just saw a very kind message of Dr. Lee to all of us that he had to leave the session. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for joining us today. We will let you know that it was much appreciated after the session. Mr. Cooper, is there anything that you would like to share before you need to leave?
No, I would just say one final thing. I think the remarks that the panelists have made and that John Bradford made have been exactly right and very insightful. And I would just add, I think one thing that we haven't talked about, but what is really important, is that the Cold War was largely bipolar, and we're just not in a bipolar world anymore, right? As a basic starting point, we are in a multipolar world. I don't even think we know exactly how many poles there are, right? I mean, we could have a discussion on this panel about, whether Europe as a whole counts as a pole, whether Russia counts as a pole, whether India counts as a pole. I think that would be a very fruitful discussion. But the point stands that at the end of the day, we don't actually have two blocks aligned against each other. We have a much more varied set of countries with very different interests and characteristics. And so I think that richness has really come out in the panel, and I'm very happy to have been able to be here. And I'm sorry that I have to leave early.
No problem at all. It was great to have you. And I think apart from reflecting on what was said during this panel, you also made a very interesting suggestion for a new dialogue. So I look at Mr. Sun and his colleagues of the DAV to take that on board for the next time to discuss the current landscape of the world that is not bipolar, but multipolar. And the question is, how many poles are there actually? So that's for next time. Now I would like to give the floor back to Dr. Anna Kireva. You have a question from Voho Hang An. Chang I think it is. In recent years, Russia-Chinese relations are getting warmer. Deepening ties means Russia should take on a supporting stance for China in the South Chinese Sea. Could this thus affect Russia's approach to South China Sea disputes? Dr. Anna, are you able to briefly reflect on that?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a great question indeed. Of course, we can clearly see that Russia-China security relations have been on the rise, and there has been increasing military cooperation between the two. However, I would say that Russia still strives to maintain autonomous decision-making and also to diversify its relations with Asian partners. And here for the South China Sea specifically, one of the basic elements of Russia's position has been supporting international law and UNCLOS in terms of resolving the disputes in the South China Sea. And also Russia has been arguing for negotiating a code of conduct, a meaningful one. And also we can see that these statements on the role of UNCLOS and international law, they actually are included in all declarations between Russia and ASEAN and Russia, Viet Nam for that matter. So I guess here Russia still would like to take a neutral stance. And also it's not really likely that Russia would, for example, acknowledge officially the 9-dash line or really adhere to China's policy. So I guess it's still to maintain its neutrality and argue for a peaceful resolution of the dispute according to the international law. And also it supports the freedom of navigation over flight, as also has been mentioned in many Russia-ASEAN declarations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna. I said at the beginning of this session that apart from being your moderator, I'm also obliged to be your time manager, and it is time. We had a lot of food for thought, and I think the DAV has now prepared actual food to re-energize us or energize us for this afternoon's sessions that will be chaired by the Ambassador of Australia and the Ambassador of Singapore, and that will be undoubtedly very, very interesting. Thank you very, very much for your active participation, audience, the ones here at the DAV, but also the audiences online. And esteemed panelists, I also said time will probably be too short to do you justice, but I think you really give us a good insight on your line of thinking and your insights, and we will make sure that we read up your researches, and we hope that we will be able to meet you again in the future for further discussion and dialogue. Thank you all very much. Sin Kaman.
Thank you, Her Excellencies Ambassador Elsbel Ackerman. Thank you, Dr. Viet Nam Zion. And our morning sessions have been wrapped, and the lunch is now readily served on the first floor, Building M. So this building, so please go to the first